Hey.
Well, good evening, LG.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm exhausted, but life's been a pain in my neck the past couple of days. How about you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Very good. So, guess what I've decided to do?
Play Ace Attorney 3?
Yeah. I decided it's just better to get it over with. It was actually a very tough decision. It was. And if it hadn't been for the fact that I'm getting pretty close to the end of Tears of the Kingdom, I probably would have gone for West to Loathing.
Yeah, you got like 3 or 4 streams left of that at most.
You underestimate
Unless you go
me.
outrageously hard into like upgrading each and every piece of clothing or something.
Well, first of all, I'd have to find some of the clothing first. Right?
That is true.
There's still a bunch of the whole Misko's stuff that I haven't done yet. Anyway, I already said good evening to LG, but good evening to everyone else. And,
Oh, we're live, okay.
Yep. You popped into voice chat like a few seconds after we went live. So, good evening, everyone, and, it is Return of the Noodleman, aka Phoenix the Noodleman. I believe if I hit continue, yeah, that just takes me right back to the games that I've already finished playing. I don't want to do that no more. So I've done Ace Attorney, I've done Justice for All, now it's time for Trials and Tribulations. Now, I could have come up with a stupid series name called Trials and Tribulations or something like that, similar to the Deep Space Nine episode of that title.
Sounds like something you'd do.
But I've also slightly decided on a rebrand for my Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series. You may notice there's no more Phoenix Wrong in the title, because, first of all, that was a fairly obvious pun that even the game has made several times. Second of all, even I've been inconsistent about that. Whereas the one thing I've basically been absolutely consistent on since Game 1, Case 4, is Phoenix Wright wants to retire and become a Noodleman. So,
But the world just won't let him.
it really won't. Welcome back to my first Monday stream on this channel in quite a while. I will say, I did not mean for it to be such a massive break. Like, I knew that after I finished streaming Arcana Apothecary, that I'd have 1 week where I'd be streaming for Bulba Garden for the charity event. Then I was supposed to stream the next week, and then I was going to be in New Jersey last week, and I didn't end up streaming 2 weeks ago because, well, it's still technically an ongoing issue, but I have a tendon issue in my left hand, which, unlike all the times that I've had tendon issues in my right hand, actually matters to me.
Significantly more troublesome.
Oh, and asininely more inconvenient. The good news is I don't see this game needing a ton of the circle pads, so I think I'm going to be fine. Let's just dive right in and see what Noodles have to offer. Also, that's a Mia Fey.
It is.
It looks like a young Phoenix Wright.
Uh-huh.
Is that the redhead I was promised?
That's the redhead you were promised. You get to meet Dahlia Hawthorne.
I thought she wouldn't show up until like the 10th case in the game. And I'm going to have to convict her of murder. Oh god, I'm going to have to convict her of murder in the first case.
Well, you'll just have to see, won't you?
I suppose I will. So let's get started with Turnabout Memories. Hopefully this is going to be better than Ace Attorney 2's tutorial thing, which really sucked.
Honestly, yes. I think that this is the best first case of the trilogy.
Huff, huff, arg, how did I get... Well, okay, here's the thing. Huff, huff, arg, how did I get into this mess was like exactly how the previous thing started. Also, that's Phoenix Wright and some guy with an umbrella. That girl you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. Telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't like it. I'm very oh god. So the guy with the umbrella is probably the murder victim. And Phoenix Wright is the one who shot him.
Yup.
Well, wait, but this is past Phoenix Wright.
Correct.
So how does he go on to become a Noodleman?
What a fascinating question.
5 years earlier, Mia Fey's second trial.
Second trial, yes.
So she would still be working for Grossberg at this point. Or are we talking that this is her second trial on her own, or in her own firm?
Advance a couple lines of dialogue and you'll find out.
I hate when the game answers my question like 2 seconds later. April 11th, though. That's a week before my birthday. Fun. Alright, April 11th, 9:40 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby. No threes. That's true. There are no threes in April 11th, 9:40 a.m. Even April is month 04. There might be a 3 in the year, though.
Yes, actually. I believe this case takes place in... it was either 2013 or 2014.
Well, since it says no 3, I'm guessing that it was 14. Phew, it's finally time. I'm kind of nervous. Oh, good! So we only saw the calm and confident Mia in Ace Attorney 1 and 2. So now Mia actually gets to be nervous and we get to see one of her cases. Very interesting. Ah, this answers my question, doesn't it? So boy, she went from being an understudy of Grossberg to the boss of her own firm and one of the best defense attorneys basically of all time in less than 5 years.
Yeah. Look, lawyers have incredibly rapid career trajectories in this universe.
Considering Franziska became an attorney at, what, 13? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause of death was a fatal electric shock. Attorney's badge, proof of my profession. The first and last time I wore it was a year ago. I wonder if that's important.
Ooh, history.
Marvin Grossberg, age 61, my superior and head of Grossberg Law Offices. Phoenix Wright, age 21. Remind me how old he is in Ace Attorney 1. I don't remember.
Right.
My client, a third-year art student at Ivy University, okay. He currently has a cold. So, in point of fact, Phoenix Wright never actually studied law. I was right the whole time. He did go to an Ivy school. I don't think it's Ivy League, but pretty sure that's what it's...
It says Ivy. That counts, right?
Well, I'm sure that's what it's supposed to be referencing. That's a last name. Doug Swallow. The victim, he was a fourth-year pharmacology student at Ivy University. I wonder what drugs he swallowed.
See, you're getting it.
I mean, it's not like the names in this game aren't obvious puns. She's cute.
He is.
Dahlia Hawthorne, Phoenix Wright's girlfriend, dated the victim Doug Swallow up until 8 months ago. I don't like this. The only 4 people here are Grossberg, who I know didn't do it, Phoenix, who I know didn't do it, the victim, and the redhead. Was I set up a second fucking time to have to convict a redhead of murder?
We'll just have to keep going and find out.
If this series basically has nothing but evil... well, okay, technically Lotta Hart, but, like, her hair isn't... Like, you know the color difference between Lotta's hair,
Yeah, it doesn't count.
well, technically Mimi Meanie's hair, and Dahlia Hawthorne's hair. Plus, the afro really doesn't work. Also, she's stupid as shit.
A little bit. Okay, so I'm guessing you're still gonna take Phoenix.
Yes, is there anyone you wish to voice?
I'd prefer to take Grossberg because my other option is Winston Payne, and I cannot go that shrill.
Oh, good. So I'll voice Winston Payne with the same gravelly voice that I gave him from Ace Attorney 2.
Oh, right. I forgot that he had a silly, dumb non-canon voice anyway.
All of my voices are... Do you think Mia Fey speaks in a masculine voice?
I mean, that's fair.
Do you think Matt Scotch... Well, first of all, his canon name isn't Scotchguard, but do you think he canonically speaks in a Scottish accent?
Well, I don't think we ever get any voice clips of him, so, like, he might.
Anyway, I suppose we should advance the dialogue, then.
Yes, I suppose we shall.
Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning.
Oh, Mia, please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know.
Is that actually a thing in this universe? Because I feel like goblins do suspicious behavior all the time and don't get arrested. What are you talking about?
It might be. I honestly don't know.
I feel like the only crime that they actually take seriously here is murder. Because I haven't seen them take theft seriously. I haven't seen them take perjury seriously. I mean, I guess technically anything that's an accessory to murder, but that's basically... Yeah, that's basically because it's connected to a murder in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Look, everybody knows that murder is the only real crime and nothing else happens.
Anyway, what are you talking about? Look, I'm relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed. Very relaxed.
Let go of my lapels!
She grabbed his lapels and was shaking him. It's a pity they don't have full animation for this, but I understand that's not a thing in visual novels.
Yeah, that would be fun. You obviously haven't got the temperament to be a lawyer.
I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous today, for some reason.
Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it?
Well, batting in the minor leagues before?
Honestly, no, you had a pretty rough first case, to be honest.
Okay. I assume we'll figure that out in like Ace
Eventually.
Attorney 500.
It's sooner or later.
Yeah.
Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service.
Actually, this is my second time in court.
Oh, you surprised me. What with your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said. And quite forcefully, too.
I just found out yesterday. About the case, I mean.
What? And you've already learned all the relevant facts?
Being a ghost has its uses. Wait, she's not dead yet. This is confusing. Well, about that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Amateur
Mia was
Mia.
bad at it too!
Well, I suppose everyone starts somewhere, but at least she got competent, unlike literally everybody else. So, if she didn't learn all about this case, what the hell did she jump into? Because this is a murder case. Especially if her first one was rough. Why did she just suddenly... You know what? I'm sure the game will answer this question. I mean, of course I have. I think.
Oh dear. In any case, don't let our client see you so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client.
Oh, good. He's wearing a mask. Cough, sniffle. Good morning there, everybody. And he's got a pink sweatshirt with a heart and a pink on it. Sorry, a heart and a letter P on it. I wonder who made that for him. Any guesses?
I mean, I know, you say.
Fair enough. I would guess that Dahlia made it for him.
Would be a sensible guess.
Oh, then I'm not allowed to have it. Good morning there, everybody. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. I just want to say I'll give it all I've got. Yep, it'll be fine. No problem. Jesus Christ. I knocked my headset askew.
Yeah, if you're going to commit to doing that the whole time, it's gonna be a thing.
Goody. Oh, what's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye? Actually, it's right. Like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. Or any other day that you're in court. Which will be a lot in the future. So, okay. Phoenix was accused of murder twice then. By the time Red White showed up and accused him of murder of Mia. That was the second time he was accused of murder and had to stand trial. Fascinating.
Yeah. As far as I know, who knows what happens in later games?
Later games with earlier cases. This is all a bunch of baloney. If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you. Please, let go of my shirt. That's right, he's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. Uh-oh. But that trial traumatized me so bad. LG, explain.
It will be explained. I'm not gonna spoil this shit.
Explain.
Well, she had a bad time in her first trial, and she didn't like that.
And you're saying that Phoenix Wright having a god-awful time in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just the first game. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, he's had 10 cases so far that he's had nightmares and traumatic experiences in. You're telling me that he's not allowed to take a break for a couple of months after all those traumatic cases he's had?
He's just committed to the grind, I guess.
No, he's not. He keeps getting dragged back into it, probably by goblins. Although in this case, well, okay, he wasn't dragged into it by a goblin. He's the one being accused of murder. Anyway, that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. I'm hoping they explain that in this game, instead of me having to wait until Ace Attorney 5000. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. But this time... Oh, so she lost her first case.
Interesting.
I suppose... Well, no, you can have traumatizing victories, too. Like, literally every single one of Phoenix's cases, up until whatever the heck the last one was in Ace Attorney 2 Electric Boogaloo. And even then, I still call that a moral victory. For my client, and for myself. Alright. Is it going to be the same judge who looks exactly the same?
It is the judge.
Yeah, he doesn't look any younger. Oh, hey, it's Winston Payne. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix. You know, I miss when he had a Texan accent. But oh well, I can't do that. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix.
Well, you will see another. You will see another one in this game who has a Canadian accent.
Oh, I can't do that. I'm not far north enough in the Midwest. Maybe DawningWinds.
I don't know, maybe.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. He has a bit more hair and a pompadour.
Yeah.
It almost suits him. He's still not in the court record, mind you, but the prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense today is Ms. Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? Oh God, the judge was traumatized by that case too, wasn't he? Oh, never mind. I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had, he's standing right next to you. Also, why the hell are you lying about this? Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? Yeah, but isn't that him? Look at him looking at her. And his mustache is twitching. Good job, Mia.
Hello.
Emergency? But isn't that him standing there right next to you? Yes.
Hello.
Well... You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Oh, she gives very tough looks based on the looks she gives Phoenix. Let's see it, Mia. Of course, Your Honor. I think. You know, that would sound a lot better if you didn't add the I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Well.
can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. This is never going to happen again in my entire long and successful career as a prosecutor.
I love the way they repurposed his hand flipping sprite to make
To play with his
it be him
pompadour.
playing with his pompadour. It is extremely good.
It's good, and it implies that when he does that in the future, he's missing his hair. It's like phantom hair instead of a phantom limb. Exclamation mark.
And don't worry, little girl. It will all be over soon.
That's not a sentence you want to utter. Like, at all.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great,
Ever.
does it?
Oh, hey, he's finally in the... whatchamacallit. He's finally in the profiles. Prosecutor for this trial, a veteran lawyer with a little too much confidence. Yes. Yes, indeed. What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me? I like that skeevied look that she has because it's very correct for the sentence that he just said. Like that sentence is a no good.
Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology.
It sounds like he was a very bright young man, which is a rarity in this world. So how did he end up getting himself killed? Probably by someone who was jealous of his intelligence.
Yes, well, next we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. The students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway. They then called the police.
Okay, how does that photo prove... I guess they found him in the general vicinity, but... like... is your only evidence that he killed the guy that he was in the general vicinity of the body?
I will remind you that this was his exact path of attack against Larry Butts in 1-1.
No, he actually had a witness.
Oh yeah, that's right.
A very unreliable witness whose last name was Saw It, but he didn't see shit.
He was Mr. Did It.
Correct. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. No, he was just in the same general vicinity as the body. Same with literally all of the other students who happened to find that body around the same time. If he wasn't a student at Ivy University, maybe his presence there might be a little bit less forgiven, or like less excusable, but like, he's just a student wandering around the campus. Objection, overrule this whole thing and throw Winston Payne down the toilet. Very well, the court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. Okay, let's take a close look at this. Crime photo oh good, it's crime photo 1. I know what that means.
More crime photos, baby!
Nah, it means they mislabeled it. The crime photo, the crime took place behind an Ivy U building. Alright, let's actually take a look at this, because I know how this works at this point. So let's see. I see the victim, I see an umbrella, I see broken wires. How the fuck do they think Phoenix actually broke those? Like, those are like the electrical wires that run from houses and shit like that. How do they think Phoenix managed to break one of those without zappifying himself into oblivion?
Rubber gloves.
Abso-fucking-lutely not!
Rubber gloves block all electrical current. That's what all media ever has taught me.
Yeah, that is entirely incorrect. I mean, this just looks like an unfortunate accident to me. It really does. And it's not like his hand wrote the name of the killer. Because I see his hand. I mean, I see his one hand. I'm assuming his other hand isn't doing anything significant. And there's no name by that hand. So no, just literally looking at this and seeing the broken wire and knowing that it's April and there's probably thunderstorms that happen like all the fucking time, I would assume the power line got hit by lightning, it snapped a wire, and the wire killed him. Case closed, I win. Carry on. No need to indict a redhead.
Well, that was a very quick trial, wasn't it?
It was.
1, 2, 3, 2. Let's go.
Yeah. Judge, hello? Make with the verdict already. Why are you saying by the way? Fine. This game never does what I want it to. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Gee, the giant sparking wire doesn't tell you what the cause of death was? Judge, this was very clearly some kind of accident, and a complete doofus like Phoenix Wright couldn't mess with those electrical wires without zappifying himself. The idiot would probably try to use metal scissors to cut the wires.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Your reputation for Sages? Saga City.
I know it's supposed to be like
Yeah.
Sage City, but
Yeah, it's a weird word.
That
I've
is a
literally never seen it outside of this case.
I'm pretty sure Payne is specifically making it up to try to compliment the judge. Like, I am 99% sure that this is one of those, like, Fabulosity or whatever, Fabulicious or whatever, like, someone specifically making up something stupid. Actually, Fabulosity.
Google recognizes it.
Google recognizes a lot of things that I will absolutely refuse to acknowledge as words.
Look, I'm sorry, but it is a perfectly cromulent word.
Well, yes, if it's on Google, it's on Chrome.
Oh, very, very, very well done.
I've been preparing for my comedy routine in Vegas.
Ooh.
Anyway, your reputation for Saga... I'm just gonna say Saga City, because I feel like Payne... Well, first of all, I don't technically know how to pronounce that. I don't care how to pronounce that. I will not acknowledge that as a word. So I'm just going to pronounce it Saga City, and I'm doing that on purpose. Yes, Snowy, lots of fails. Because it's this series.
Your reputation for Saga City is well earned, Your Honor. The truth is that this victim died a rather unusual death.
You mean you don't even know how the fuck the victim died, Mia? You jumped on this case for reasons still as yet unclear. And you don't even know how the hell the guy died? You know the only good thing about Mia being back? It's nothing to do with her back and everything to do with her front.
Yeah, I figured that was where that was going.
Uh-huh. An unusual death. What do you mean, Mr. Payne?
Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question.
Huh?
A simple question. I thought
Payne is a pervert. Payne is a pervert. Once is happenstance. Okay, twice is coincidence.
We gotta wait for number 3 before we can call it a pattern.
But I really, really, really feel like they're doing this shit on purpose at this point.
a simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I am a genteel man, if you will.
A what? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of.
Oh, a perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause. Go on.
Death?
Please say you know at least this much.
It was death by the thinker. I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. Luckily for you, I did. Also, luckily for you, the fucking photo shows the broken wires, and it doesn't take a genius to see that and say 1 + 1 = 52.
Oh, my hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Now, see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. But you knew that already, didn't you?
Yes. Of course I did. I'm not an idiot, you know. I know that you can access that by pressing the R button, which I shouldn't be able to see, because I'm not a video game character, but sure.
R button? What the fuck are you talking about, Mr.
Exactly! But yeah, no, cause of death was a fatal electric shock. But even if I didn't see that, again, look at the downed power line in here and tell me how this idiot died.
Yes. All the weapons we need can be found in the court record.
Including wires.
Take a good, hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear.
Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. Court record. Okay, let's take a look. I just pressed the R button here. It's not working. Is it this button? No, I'm screwing around. It's the R button here. I've done this like 5 times already. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Well, gee, I'm pretty sure someone choked him out with those wires. Right, LG?
Sounds right.
Well,
But that's what you generally do with wire in a murder, right?
I mean, garrote wire.
Exactly!
Yeah, it can only be death by electric shock if he had a pin in his shoes or grabbed a metal pole, unless he's wearing shoes without a rubber. He might not have been wearing shoes. Well, I think you'll find it was a case of he choked to death, Your Honor. And yes, I know how to pronounce asphyxiation. I just feel like it's funnier if someone chokes on the if a nervous lawyer chokes on the pronunciation of asphyxiation. Asphyxiation, huh?
Mia! What are you doing?
Well, it's stuffy in here. I can hardly breathe.
No one's asking how you feel! Please make sure to properly read the court record.
Everyone knows I can't... Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be Mia, who's supposed to be smart. So she probably can read. I'm so sorry. I'll take a better look. Hang in there, Mia. Okay. Court record is the R button. I'll ask you once again. No, you'll ask me twice again. The cause of death was hypothermia. It doesn't look it, but it was very cold outside. Hypothermia, I believe. Dot 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 dot. Grossberg? Does it suddenly feel very cold in here to you? Yes, like we're all going to die of hypothermia.
That's because your absurd reply has brought a chill to the courtroom.
I'm so sorry.
Look at the court record more carefully, would you? How can you expect to win a case this way?
Bluffing. And this is the same line as before.
For some reason, I feel like that's going to work out for you.
I feel like she actually solves her cases correctly, like, not like Phoenix does. But we'll see. I'll ask you once again. What was the cause of death? It was a zap to the brainium, Your Honor. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Judge, did you take a fucking look at that photo? Like, he accepted the photo into evidence, right? He specifically said that the photo doesn't show the cause of death. So, presumably he looked at it. I say presumably because, again, I feel like any idiot should see the snapped wires, one of which is literally sparking in the photo, and realize that the cause of death was electrocution. But even now, when it's actually been called out and you have the autopsy report, he doesn't click in his head.
Look, he doesn't have an R button, okay? He can't look at the court record.
He damn well has. I'm pretty sure I've seen him take stuff or look at stuff in the court record before. Like he played with that bear, the wooden bear, in the last case of the last game. So he absolutely has access to all of this stuff. Whatever. Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, perhaps? No, it wasn't Von Karma this time.
The answer to that, although already crystal clear, will become even more crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. So much for your Saga City. You're an idiot if you can't look at the photo with the broken electrical power wires and realize how the death was by electrocution. But before that, there is one more vital issue.
I kind of figured there would be, because right now it's just looking like a stupid accident that Phoenix happened to stumble across by pure coincidence. What do you want now, jerk? What's that?
Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant.
Okay. Bad blood? What do you mean?
Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this.
I really don't like this guy's smug attitude.
That's Winston Payne for you. He is one smooth operator.
Bullshit!
Yes, well, clearly you catch my drift, so, they don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know.
they call this guy the rookie killer? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Lost as Edgeworth should be an attorney by this point. Also, Manfred von Karma is still a fucking prosecutor at this point. How is this schmuck, who can never seem to win a case in his whole damn life, the rookie killer? Did he lose his confidence as he lost his hair?
Yeah, kinda.
Huh. Perhaps so. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? Botched transfusion? It's the only thing I can think of that would result in bad blood.
Well, there's anemia.
Well, yeah, but that wouldn't be between two people.
Fair point.
And this time I would like to see some supporting evidence. Yes, Mia, evidence. I assume you know what that is.
No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all of our weapons can be found in the court record.
Oh, good.
Find
I'd
the
like a
evidence you
machete,
need.
please.
Yes, find the evidence you need, like a machete, and then shove it into old Greybeard's face.
That sounds like a way to get a murder charge on myself for killing a judge. But okay.
Well,
yes, sir.
maybe you don't need a machete then, little Miss Smarty Pants. Maybe you need something a little more subtle.
Like a sledgehammer.
I can't believe you're going to be the best lawyer of all time.
Sledgehammers are subtle. I'll use one of those instead. But in this game, really, seriously, subtlety doesn't pay. It really doesn't. Anyway, yes, sir. Into old Greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberg. Try to set a better example for the young lady.
Mia, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well.
Yep, Dahlia.
You can toggle between profiles and evidence with... What did you call it before? The R button?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, yes. The R button. Use it to cycle between the evidence and the profile. So be sure to go over it all.
I have already done so, unless we've added someone there. Nope. Not since Winston Payne. Okay, we're good to go. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? OLG, you know exactly what I have to present. You know exactly what I have to present. My attorney's badge. Take that, Mr. Grossberg. I honestly think it would be best for the defense if you were in charge. I'm afraid Ms. Fey might stir up some bad blood with this court if she were to continue.
Or, simply put, you are quite mistaken, my dear.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Even if you are new, your lack of preparation is inexcusable. Now take a moment and think it over again. Yes, Your Honor, it's okay. You've got another chance, Mia. I can't believe how incompetent I'm making Mia look. I'm sorry, Mia. You're better than this. I'm just a stupid, and whoever I play has to be a stupid.
Yes, remember, evidence is not the only thing in the court record. You can shift to profiles. Make sure to look at them all, including the profiles.
Oh, right! I know exactly what to present. The cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim was Marvin Grossberg. It's going to give the same dialogue again, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Anything else is the exact same.
All right. Okay, fine. It was Winston Payne. He causes bad blood wherever he goes. But yeah, no, there is literally no other reason why Dahlia would be here right now, except to prove this point, and because she's absolutely adorable, and everyone should carry a photo of a cute redhead wherever they go. Right? I mean, I carry a photo of my wife wherever I go. And I'm usually wearing...
I keep a photo of Axel from Kingdom Hearts.
Good. But I also usually wear a Riju or a Rizu t-shirt, so that works. I don't have any Yoko t-shirts. I don't think I need them, though. I got that Yoko blanket. I might be slightly obsessed. Anyway, Dahlia. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Dahlia Hawthorne, is it?
Very good, Miss Fey. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow.
Oh, so it makes me wonder what he was actually swallowing. Let's not go there. Okay, pure speculation?
Clearly, she has some part to play in this story.
No, that is abso-fucking-lute speculation. Judge, like, seriously, throw this guy out. What we have here is a freak accident where there was a lightning storm, lightning struck the power line, this guy happened to be passing underneath it and got zappified. And then Phoenix Wright, who happened to be dating the same girl that this guy was dating 8 months ago, was in the general vicinity, because guess what? All three of them are students at Ivy Uni. Well, okay, technically I don't know if Dahlia is a student at Ivy University. I'm guessing she is. Right?
Actually, not entirely sure.
It doesn't say in her profile, but regardless, I mean, where else would she have met Doug, and then where else would she have met Phoenix? Doesn't matter. Anyway,
He's done it again.
Done what?
Before
Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. He's proved nothing.
But you don't have to prove anything in these courts. He's just got the judge thinking like he wants.
What cross-examination, anyway? Like, we haven't... Yeah, I was going to say, we haven't even called the first witness. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to...
Oh, good. This is going to go horribly wrong, isn't it? Well, actually, the last time a bird was on the witness stand, we got the best testimony and the most intelligent testimony that we've gotten out of anybody on the stand so far.
Something tells me this bird won't measure up.
Well, first of all, that was an actual bird, not just some idiot named Phoenix. Second of all, I am well aware of how much of a stupid Phoenix is. What? The defendant himself? Well, Ms. Fey, I object, Your Honor. This is inappropriate. Also, my client is a fucking moron who will likely incriminate himself accidentally several times. So I'm just going to tell him to plead the fifth and give him some whiskey before he gets himself in trouble. No, Mia, no, don't trust him. He's an idiot. Mia, please, don't do it. It's a trap.
Trust
Oh,
your
boy.
client, right? That's Mia's sage wisdom. Surely she learned that from somewhere.
Not Phoenix. He's an idiot. Anyway, it's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? Well, this was her first mistake. The defense has no objection. Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation, and keep in mind that I'm not kilometers lost as Edgeworth, so you have to give me a straight answer.
Oh, yes, my name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No. He means what did you do before you were arrested? Oh. I don't think my wife's gonna like that. I was a university student.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, I don't even have that booth around me at this point. That thing did not work.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Wright, you understand that you are suspected in the death of your fellow student Doug
But I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you I was... Achoo! Achoo! That turned real at the last minute there. Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us?
It seems the witness has something he wants to say.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. Dawning, this isn't going to end well.
What's going on?
Phoenix is on trial for
Dawning!
murder.
Phoenix? Yeah, I know. Has glass been eaten yet? Has glass been eaten yet?
Are you kidding? I haven't gotten, I have not gotten, he hasn't even testified yet. This is me we're talking about.
You made no progress in an hour.
Yeah, remember who we're talking about here.
This is Turnabout Memories, right?
I think
Correct.
so.
Thank you. I knew it wasn't Turnabout Beginnings because that's later.
But see, I specifically had to wait because you said that you had a voice in mind for Dahlia. So that's why I was stalling.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's
I don't-
why.
I don't believe you.
Also, I'm very mad.
What's wrong?
Because if we look at the court record, there are only 5 profiles here right now.
Uh-huh. Right now.
Grossberg didn't do it. I'm assuming
you?
Phoenix
Well,
didn't
as
do
far
it.
as you know.
Doug Swallow didn't do it. He was the victim. Winston Payne didn't do it. So guess who's left? I'm getting set up to convict another redhead, and I don't like it.
I told you, she's in 2 more cases.
Yeah, but those cases could be like 500 years in the past, given the stupid
She's only
chronology of this
20.
game.
She's only 20. It can't be 500 years in the past, or she wouldn't be born yet.
Are you forgetting that Time Lords exist in this universe?
Yeah, but we killed him.
Yeah, but that wasn't until many years later. He's still alive
It
at
was.
this point.
Oh.
Along with that Wellington vampire dummy.
Oh, yeah, I guess he is.
Anyway, right away, Your Honor. The victim and I.
Where is this?
I... oh, good. Mia has realized her error with his first statement. I admit I was there, but I'm not the killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Then how do you know he's British?
Not British. British wannabe.
I mean, either way,
Uh-huh.
how do you know that if you didn't talk to him and see him affecting a stupid accent?
Dahlia told him.
You don't know that.
I know everything about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Okay. What this means, Dawning, is if I do end up having to convict her, I will be very mad at you.
I know everything about Dahlia Hawthorne.
She's cute.
She is.
I still like... I mean, again, it's technically Mimi Meanie, but, like, I still like Eenie Meenie's appearance better. The personality, or at least the airhead personality, was a little bit, I didn't like it. Mimi's personality, other than the fact that she killed a guy, was good, though. I like Mimi's personality. Anyway, I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right. Like I said, I'm not a killer. That would be Shelley D. Killer, who is the guy that I'm going to succeed in the future. I mean, nobody's ever heard of him at this point, actually. So forget I said that. Phew. It looks like the judge understands.
You're being naive, you know. Too naive.
Huh?
It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady.
And that would be...
This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Technically, no. I can forfeit the right to a cross-examination, right?
Why would you do such a thing?
It's something that has been mentioned before as a possibility, so why do I have to do it now?
This is Mia's second trial.
I know. Her first trial was apparently very traumatic, and I spent a long time trying to figure out why or how it was traumatic, and I figure it has something to do with that kilometers lost as Edward jackass.
That's not untrue.
Aha! I'm right as always.
He was in fact there.
Yes, we'll get to that eventually.
Yeah, in Ace Attorney 5000, I know.
No, it's in this game.
Well, thank you. I figured it would be because they were leaning very heavily into it, but that confirms it. Anyway, cross-examination?
He's right. And it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination.
Unless we feel like it's not necessary, in which case we can say we've heard enough from this witness.
Indeed. The purpose is to determine if a witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions? As if we've never heard this term before.
If a
Mia,
witness
you
is...
had a trial before.
Honestly, she had a bad time. I can understand blocking these things out of her memory.
I get it. A guy died.
So did a guy in
He
this
sure
case,
did!
too.
That's strangely frequent in these Ace Attorney games. Why do guys keep dying?
It's the only crime that actually matters. We've discussed this earlier.
Wow, sure hope Case 2 doesn't contradict that claim.
Don't worry, it won't.
And if a witness is lying, their statements will blah 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 blah.
Exactly.
If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record.
Okay. But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he is your client, in court, all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see.
I don't have one of those. What does he mean by that? Is he saying that the testimony just now... Yes, I already picked up on it. But there was a lie? A contradiction? Yes, the fact that Phoenix wouldn't know the guy's stupid fake accent if he hadn't spoken to him at least once. I'm guessing I can't choose to just not press on anything. Now then, your cross-examination if you please, Ms. Fey. I do not please. Let's carry on.
You don't get a say in the matter. You're gonna cross-examine it in this guy.
Why is it this one... Because the judge has been looking... Like, there were at least 3-4 instances in previous case... Well, okay. Not chronologically previous, but game previous cases where the judge is like, oh yeah, we've heard enough from this witness. There's literally no need for a cross-examination. Why is it this one time that I don't want there to be a cross-examination that there has to be for some reason? Also, hi, MCH.
He's gotten old.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Please, Mr. Wright.
I'm just saying hi for a bit and then gonna leave, so have fun.
Oh yes, we're starting Ace Attorney 3. I don't have any
know.
jokes about this. Other than... I don't know. I really don't know.
Gotcha.
It's
Well,
nice that Mia's
I-
back. Or Mia's
Well,
front. I think I made that joke already.
Well, anyway, I'm going to get
I
going.
think her
See
front
ya.
is nicer than her back.
I just popped in to say hi, really. Hi to
Okie
all
doke.
three of you.
Good night.
Farewell.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? And she still hires this incompetent buffoon as her assistant when she goes and gets her own, like... Okay. Everyone starts somewhere. I'll cut Mia some slack. Although, I don't think she actually wears pants. I think she wears skirt suits, but still.
They suit her.
They do. But, like, this guy is an utter incompetent buffoon who never went to law school at all. Also, again, this is the same system, right? This is the same judicial or legal system where you can plead the fifth. Again, as we found out in a previous case. So, she can literally just say, nope, my client pleads the fifth. Boom, no cross-examination.
I
Doesn't
think it's
he
Phoenix's
have to plead the
decision was...
fifth lie?
Phoenix doesn't know any better. He's barely 21. He doesn't know about whiskey yet.
21 is old enough to drink.
Yes, but do you honestly think that at 21 I knew about whiskey?
Yeah, you're Jewish.
I mean, whiskey isn't exactly an obscure thing.
I mostly drank beer for a while, actually.
I mean, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not saying you would have necessarily drank it, but I'm sure you at least knew what it was.
Okay, fine, I did at least know about it. You're
That's
right,
what I thought.
There was no way that I couldn't do it. Anyway, you wouldn't do that to me, would you? Alright. I'm going to, even though I don't want to, I'm going to press all of the buttons.
I
I
love
admit I was
buttons.
there.
I'm
Hold it.
pressing them.
Yes, of course you do. When you say there, you mean the place where the victim was murdered? Yeah, sort of. The place where something happened anyway.
Objection. Something. You can't hide what happened. We have photographic evidence that there was a freak lightning accident where during a thunderstorm, lightning struck one of the power lines, broke the cable, and it happened to kill somebody.
Like, seriously, that's all that photo shows. I will show it again. Right? Look at that. Do you honestly think anybody could have cut that wire themselves without electrocuting themselves in addition to the victim? So, okay, if anybody was actually trying to cut that wire, it might have been the idiot himself. Like the victim himself.
Why are you declaring Doug Swallow an idiot before you even know anything about him?
I don't, but like, he's literally the only person I can think of who might have been cutting those wires on purpose.
But
Because
why?
there's no other dead body. The only other explanation is that it was a freak accident where lightning struck the power line, which does happen, especially in April, where there's a lot of thunderstorms. Your Honor, all we have here is pure speculation and bullshit. There was no murder here, just an accident.
This is not an unreasonable claim.
What, Dawning? I was too busy sneezing.
This is
Yeah,
not an
get used to him
unreasonable
doing
claim.
that.
Anyway, Mr. Wright, what were you doing at the scene of the crime? He's a fucking student at Ivy University. He was walking around campus as he does every day. I thought you
there.
said... What?
Because he goes there. Except this was
Yes.
the science part of the campus, wasn't it?
You
He's
don't know
an art
that.
student.
We don't see what building it was that this was in front of. Also, there are some
Yeah,
buildings...
they haven't actually established that yet.
Oh, shoot. I thought they established that right away.
No.
Nah.
It says crime took place behind an IVU building. Also, even if you're an art student, you do have to take some science classes, similar to how I, as an engineer, had to take some humanities classes. Oh,
You
the
took art?
humanity. I took a theater class in college.
Oh, that's fun. I never took a theater class. We should trade. I'm just saying, I deserve a theater class.
Have you... I mean, you do theater. Like, I didn't do theater in college. I just took... Well, okay, I guess technically part of it was putting on performances or small performances, but I got to create a new superhero. It was fun.
Huh.
I'll tell you about it another time.
I got to I got to spend a day reminding myself how bad it always feels the first time we're off book.
It happens. How goes rehearsal, by the way?
Well, it was the first time we were off book.
Bad.
Yeah,
how-
so not great.
How are you feeling, by the way?
Not the worst.
Okay.
Better than I was over the weekend, I think.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Oh, that's an improvement.
Anyway, I thought you said you didn't know the victim, Mr. Swallow. It was just a coincidence. We bumped into each other by accident. Coincidence, huh? But I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. Yeah, he bumped into him and found the body. That makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, he tripped over the body. It happens
Exactly.
to the best of us. I've tripped over some dead bodies.
I wouldn't doubt it. You say you found the...
I've tripped over a lot of things, come to think of it.
I believe it. You say you found the body.
No faith in me.
I have faith in you, that's why I believe what you're saying. You can't deny that? Anyway, you say you found the body, so who called the police? And where is Gumshoe? Huh? Achoo! Achoo!
Unfortunately, it was some other students that notified the police.
Other students? Yes. A university has more than 2 students, Your Honor.
That's correct. They were witnesses, which makes me wonder why I called up this guy instead of calling up any of those witnesses.
Because you want to make the defendant incriminate himself first.
I suppose.
Witnesses who saw the defendant standing there next to the body in
No. The dead guy was shocked. Also, if all they saw was the defendant standing next to the body in a state of shock, they don't technically know who killed him, and anyone who stumbled across a dead body, especially in the middle of their school, probably would be more than a little shocked. Again,
I've never been shocked when I've tripped over a dead body.
it's probably because you killed them.
What?
Me, it is a very reasonable conclusion to come to. I don't think Mr. Payne is terribly off base here.
Yeah, I mean, you did walk into that one.
What, I walked into which one?
The dead body.
No, I'm not walking anywhere. I'm sitting in my chair. What? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Achoo! 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 Could you stop sneezing every time you're in a bind?
He's sick.
Well, it's true. I was pretty shocked when I found the body, as any normal human being would be, and as becomes a defense multiple times down the road for multiple people. But I hardly knew the guy to begin with, okay? Press. So you didn't know his face or even his name, right? Right. Well, no. That is, I mean... So, which is it? Did you know him or not? Achoo! 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 Now see here, you can't avoid answering the question by sneezing on. Wanna bet? It wouldn't be the most unreasonable tactic we've seen in this courtroom.
Come on, Mia's only seen a few tactics in this courtroom so far.
Yeah, but I
Nobody's
have to-
even physically assaulted her yet.
I don't think we ever see Mia get physically assaulted in court.
We've seen what Winston Payne wants to do to her, and I do not approve.
What does he want to do here?
He
There-
has some really skeevy lines.
Really skeevy
yeah.
lines.
Yeah.
Like, it works much better when the rookie defense attorney is a guy than a girl. At least for
Oh
him.
boy.
Hmm?
For Winston, yeah. I don't think Gaspin has much the same problem with Athena, but Athena's much younger too.
I don't know. I haven't met her yet. I heard she has red-ish hair.
Yep.
Ish, though, not like Dahlia or Mimi.
Right. She's more of an orange.
Yeah, which technically falls under the category. Well, I guess I did know his name, as you might for a fellow student, especially if he happened to be in one of the same classes as you. And again, Dawning, before you say it, I'm assuming... Actually, I don't think I have to assume, because my wife was in the arts, and I think even she had to take some science classes. So... Case closed, Your Honor.
I mean, they're also in different years, so...
And that matters a hell of a lot less in college. I'll put it to you this way. I was taking grad level courses, like grad school level, one grad school level course, as one of my technical electives. I want to say my sophomore year. So we're talking about students who had already completed their undergraduate bachelor's degree and were moving on to their master's, and I took one of their classes because I found the subject interesting. And it was renewable energy.
That is an interesting subject. It's a very important subject.
Yes, it's how I know that solar energy is basically bullshit, and anyone who peddles that it's the solution to all of life's problems is a moron.
We need a variety of renewable
that-
energies, I think.
That is the actual solution. Yes, Donna.
Got a bot.
I see it. No, the actual solution isn't completely renewable, completely non-renewable, right? It's diversifying the energy grid. That's going to be, and if you want to talk about the actual best renewable energy, no one's ever going to go for it because it's got a massive stigma attached to it, and that's nuclear.
Nuclear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's come a very, 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 very long way since the days of 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl. But we're not going to talk about any of this stuff here. But again, just from a university background, I know of what I speak when it comes to university classes. Don't trust that I have any expertise on anything else.
Yeah, but still, these guys are on completely different tracks at a high in like third and fourth year. That's generally after you've split off and specialized, right?
No, I was split off and specialized as of my freshman year. That didn't mean that I didn't have to take electives, technical and non-technical.
Okay, so the argument you're trying to make is you think that Phoenix and Doug Swallow shared an elective.
I mean, well, no, it wouldn't necessarily have been an elective for Doug, or maybe Doug was tutoring one of the elective classes that Phoenix was in. Which wouldn't be surprising. Like, again, there are ways that they could have potentially met, or that the main thing that I'm trying to get at is there was a reason for Phoenix to even be in the general vicinity of a science building. And possible reason to assume that even if they didn't see each other regularly, they were still coexisting to a certain degree in a similar orbit.
Which is to say, it's the same university.
And the same building in the university maybe every once in a while. Heck, maybe 2-3 times a week, depending on how often that class was. I mean, it's also possible that Doug was the TA of the class that Phoenix was taking. Well, probably slightly less likely, because I think those are grad students, but regardless. News to me, why didn't he mention that before? I heard he used to date Dolly. That is a horrible nickname for Dahlia, and you should be absolutely ashamed of it, Phoenix. I hate you even more than I used to now. You will refer to her by her actual name of Dahlia. Because Dolly is just no.
What do you have against Dolly?
It's a toy. Like, it's a toy.
It's also a sheep.
And a
it
very
was a clone
popular
sheep.
country singer.
Oh, it's true, Dolly Parton. Yeah, we love Dolly Parton in this household.
Do we?
We love Dolly Parton. Yes.
You can't tell me what I do and do not love.
Yes, I can. You love Little Goblins. And Little Goblin says we love Dolly Parton, so we do.
I'm only 15,000 channel points away from Redhead Zelda Knife. I can make you like Dolly Parton.
I literally have never heard any of her music.
What are you... They say I live under a rock.
No, I live in rock and roll, not country. Anyway,
Okay, but like,
it's still a
back in the day, every station used to play Dolly Parton, didn't they?
Who, what?
Didn't every station used to play Dolly Parton from time to time, pretty much? At one point?
Maybe in your neck of the woods? Also, there were these things called CDs. I mean, hell, the van that I have even has a cassette player. You don't have to listen to the radio, and you haven't for a while. Bottom line, I don't like the nickname Dolly for Dahlia. Dahlia is a much cuter name, and he should refer to her as such. Phoenix is a doofus, as always. See, not even the judge can figure out... Well, okay, the judge can't put two and two together.
Yeah, does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't.
The judge has never figured anything out in his very long life.
He really hasn't. Who is this Dolly person?
Yes, that would be the defendant's lover, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, I see. Ah, young love. So bittersweet. She's so cute. But that's all I knew about it. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. This is where we're gonna get in trouble, isn't it? Okay, I believe you. Wait, that actually worked?
It's my line then, I'm guessing?
Yes?
Well, my dear, do you think you can manage on your own from this point?
Yeah, I'm fine. 1 year ago, I was in a courtroom just like this. I can do it. I can handle this myself.
You mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia.
Then you'll end up just like the victim, Mr. Swallow.
Because he really could not.
I'll be fine. I know what I have to do. What I have to do is absolutely not press this last statement.
Yes, pressing him. You can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're going to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof.
They're gonna make me do it, aren't they?
They sure are.
How else are you supposed to get to what happens next?
By completely shutting down Winston Payne where he stands by not pressing this statement, but fine. Fuck everything I wanted to do. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even... But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? God damn it, I fucking knew exactly where this was going. It took me an hour and a half to get here. Because I really fucking didn't want to get here. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. Achoo! Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe? He was wearing a British flag on his lapel?
Was he?
Nice.
We have no evidence to contradict that. Yes, well... He was always walking around with... See? Okay, back of his shirt. I said lapel. Same frickin' thing. He was always walking around with a huge onion jack on the back of his shirt. I don't know what onions have to do with anything.
Are you quite sure about that?
Yes, very sure. Onions, they're delicious. Yes. Did you see it at the crime scene? The onion jack, I mean. Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff, see? It's true, cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it. He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last... Oh, she's got food poisoning. That explains why she's off her game today. He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night. By the way, Dawning, I did apologize earlier because Mia's not supposed to be a stupid, but because I'm the one playing her, she kind of has to be a stupid today. I feel very bad.
I don't know, even just on the critical path, she's not doing great so far.
I know she's not. Oh well.
She is traumatized. A guy died in her last case.
This tends to happen. Anyway, may I ask you something, Ms. Fey? You just did, but carry on. Yes, Your Honor. What is it now? I don't know what I was expecting.
Oh, that one got ya.
I don't know what I was expecting, but I should have expected this. Who is this person, anyway? This Onion Jack fellow.
That says Union Jack.
Onion. The Onion is a Richie Rich villain.
Really?
I don't know that guy.
Look it up, LG. It's true. His superpower is bad breath.
Yeah, that checks out.
No, I'm not kidding.
That would be your superpower if your name was the Onion.
And guess how he gets his bad breath?
Is it from
I
Onion?
didn't even realize Richie Rich had villains.
I mean, we're not talking like Joker style, but we're talking about people who are like trying to steal the family fortune or something.
Yeah, I suppose that is a direction that a story like that would take, yeah.
Anyway, let's figure out who the Onion Jack is. ... Hey, the Onion Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag.
The United.
Yeah, Onion, United. I thought it would be very obvious, Dawning.
So if the kingdom is united, what does
Yeah,
it mean to be
O-N.
united?
United. United. Like onion.
Oh.
Dawning can't spell today.
In my defense, I'm not allowed to look at book.
You're allowed to look at the script for this. Anyway. Oh, I see. So you mean like the stars and stripes, right? As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me. Yes, his Saga City. Hey, something just occurred to me. Yeah, we don't see it on his back here, do we? Now, granted, we don't really see his back all that well, so it maybe could be there, but I think we see
You'd
enough
probably
of it.
see enough.
Yeah, I think we can see enough of it that it should be there. Yes, Mia, there is something strange about this bit just now.
Mia! There's a contradiction here!
Mr. Grossberg.
Quickly now! Show that boy you mean business! With evidence, I mean!
No. No. I don't wanna. This is only gonna fall, like, I don't see how Grossberg doesn't realize this is gonna fall right into Winston Payne's trap.
But
He's
it is
supposed to
your
be a
duty.
professional.
You must reveal all lies, even the ones that are good for you.
I suppose. Yes, I can handle it by myself. I've done this already.
Once. And a guy died.
I didn't do it. It was you. Yeah. We're talking about the onion jack, and it's gotta be this one. And I've gotta present, and it's gotta be this, because we can see enough of the back of his shirt that it doesn't have an onion jack on it. Are you certain you saw the onion jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Ms. Fey, is there some point to this line of questioning? No, not at all, Your
Regrettably.
Honor. Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo, and this time, look carefully and realize that this was just a stupid accident. Nobody actually committed murder here.
I did.
Not in this particular case. Although, actually, a goblin chewing through the wire wouldn't get zappified.
This is true.
They'd just eat the lightning.
It's very tasty.
I know. But regardless, Phoenix couldn't cut that wire without accidentally frying himself, too. Maybe that's why his hair's always spiky. And today we have learned the origin of Phoenix's spiky hair.
I believe it is established that's how his hair naturally behaves.
Yeah, because he got zappified.
Because he got zappified.
As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Well, technically we can't see the entire back. But... Hey, wait a minute. He's wearing a leather jacket. The onion jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. Okay. How do you know he was wearing a t-shirt with the onion jack underneath it? Underneath that leather jacket?
Well, maybe he'd seen it a different day? Several times?
I don't know. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? Yeah, Mia, you're getting yourself in trouble here. You'd have...
Well, Grossberg won't let her not.
I know. I tried. I'm the professional and Grossberg is the idiot. You'd have no idea. Yeah.
Aren't we lucky that Grossberg's not the one that Grossberg refused to defend Maya?
Yes. You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket, or in point of fact, if he was wearing anything at all underneath that jacket.
I mean, I usually wear something underneath my leather jacket.
Usually being the operative word. Mr. Wright,
Yes,
you've been lying to me. But please forgive me. Wah!
Mia! You've made our client cry!
It's your
you pushed her
fault.
to do this.
You have done this completely by your own choices! I can't believe you.
That does it. I'm going to go plead a fifth of whiskey. I'll be right back.
You have whiskey in your house?
I plead the fifth and refuse to answer.
Yeah, because I know you stopped keeping beer in your house.
I never said I don't keep whiskey in my house anymore.
You do keep
Well,
whiskey
damn,
in your-
he's got us there.
I mean, yeah, but I figured if he stopped keeping beer in his house, it would make sense to also stop keeping whiskey.
Nobody's home, there's no whiskey.
That's what I thought.
I'm not lying.
Was there tea?
Not anymore, there isn't.
Yes, what LG said.
So, who's gonna tell your wife that you drank a whole bottle of whiskey?
Who said it was whole to begin with?
LG, do you want to tell his wife? I tell his wife on him all the time.
Oh, well, but you're so good at it.
Yeah, but I want to share in the responsibility and enjoyment of doing it.
Oh, but I wouldn't want to take it away from you.
Okay, I can tell his wife.
I just skipped to Mia's... Well, not skipped. I just went to Mia's next line. And is she implying what I think she's implying?
What do you think she's implying?
Well, she's specifically saying, let him. The P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway.
Yeah, what do you think she's saying that it stands for?
I feel like I don't want to know the answer.
But what is she actually implying?
Perjury.
It might be perjury.
I thought it was potato. Or pepper, like those salt and pepper shakers. Anyway.
Now it's perjury.
I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong.
That was an impressive bit of cross-examination.
Yeah? You walked yourself into this corner, Mia, and I tried everything I possibly could to not have you walk into this corner.
Unfortunately, Grossberg continued pushing the issue.
I know.
Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime.
Ugh. Uh-oh. Did I go too far? Yeah. You cross-examined him in the first place, which I didn't want you to.
Well, maybe we should consider firing Grossberg.
This would explain why Mia goes out on her own not terribly long after this.
By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it?
Oh shit, how did I not make this connection? I took some, but...
Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X?
Not where I thought he was going with this?
Where did you think he was going?
What was Swallow studying to be?
Pharmacist.
Yes.
I can't believe I remember that.
Or something similar, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, pharmacology.
Yeah.
So he was studying to be a Heinz Doofenshmirtz.
We need more Heinz Doofenshmirtz in the world.
We really do. Anyway, yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Except it didn't in my case. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now?
Oh dear. Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. Oh boy. I'm sure it has something to do with this case, or Payne wouldn't be bringing it up. He lost it? Does this even have anything to do with this case?
Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now?
Huh?
Your Honor, I'd like you to take another look at another photo from the crime scene.
Oh no! The pharmacology student is clutching a bottle of Cold Killer X. Whatever could it fucking mean? Dawning?
I think Phoenix's fingerprints were on that bottle of Cold Killer X.
Even if they might have been, they'd probably be obscured by the other guy's fingerprints too.
You'd think that.
I
think
know that.
Really? Did you take forensics?
It was an elective I took in college.
Ah.
No, it actually wasn't. But let's see that watch. So that watch, the big hand is close to the 12, the little hand is close to the 3. So it's a little after 3. Court record. Yeah, that checks. Because time of death was at 3 p.m. Sort of explain. Well, it doesn't explain how they knew the time because
You said the big hand was close to 12?
the 12, yes, and the little hand was close to the 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
You're right. I'm just not used to clocks being tilted that way.
This is why it's important that 12 is labeled, yes. And that's exactly why they labeled the 12. So he's wearing, he's wearing his watch on his left hand. He's a right-handed individual. Okay. Wait a minute. I played myself there, didn't I? When I saw this photo, the first photo, I said,
Oh, yeah.
his right hand was not writing anything, and I said that his left hand or his other hand probably wasn't doing anything significant.
Guess what, buddy?
God
doing
fucking
something quite
damn it.
significant after all.
Well,
What
what's
do you
this?
know?
In the victim's hand. It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Superman.
It's not
Not in this
Superman.
case.
No, since it's not Superman or a bird or a plane, it must be an egg salad sandwich. Yeah, again, the pharmacology student is carrying cold medication that's a generic over-the-counter brand. Stop the fucking presses. Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. See, Mia is correct, as always.
Objection. I am sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Phoenix Wright's fingerprints are all over it. And so are the victims, Mr. Doug Swallow's, which means that we actually don't know whose bottle it actually is.
I mean, but if it was Doug's, why would Phoenix's fingerprints be all over it?
But if it was Phoenix's, why would Doug's be all over it?
Because
he's
Doug took it in
holding
the
it.
struggle.
Maybe Phoenix found the bottle on the ground, picked it up, and gave it to Doug. Because it fell out of Doug's pocket.
Okay, but then why would
In his
Phoenix's
state of
fingerprints be
shock.
all over it?
When you pick something up, guess how many fingers you have?
A you. I mean, if I were picking up a bottle like that, I don't think I would grab it with all fingers.
Look, well, okay, we can't actually look at the photo at but like, it's big enough that he's clutching it with his whole hand, but small enough that that it barely goes taller than his hand.
Right. So you would probably only grab it with a few fingers, I think, if you were just picking it up off the ground.
Still plenty to have multiple fingerprints on a small bottle.
Multiple is not all over.
It certainly would be for something that small. Don't you hit me.
We're aiming at you.
What?
Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine.
That makes no sense. If he sensed Phoenix's first of all, where the hell did he pick up the bottle from? Second
It
of all,
was dropped by Mr. Wright.
when?
Yes, obviously.
Second of all, if he sensed murderous intent, he should have run the fuck away instead of grabbing a goddamned medicine bottle.
But he's a pharmacology student. He can't help himself when he sees a medicine bottle.
Uh-huh.
It's like you know how you throw grains of sand in front of a vampire and they're compelled to count each and every one?
Yes, this is why
Pharmacists are like that with pills.
No. This is why Count
Pharmacists are
Von
like
Count
that with
from
pills.
Sesame Street is more accurate of a vampire lore-wise than Edward Cullen from Twilight.
None of us respect Edward Cullen from Twilight.
No.
You do not need to convince us of this.
No. But he didn't open the bottle and scatter the pills. The bottle is still...
He
well, first
didn't
of all,
have time!
the bottle is still also full, I would like to point out.
Right, because he didn't have time to open it and start counting the pills before he died.
No. Which means that Phoenix's fingerprints wouldn't be all over it because he wouldn't have taken anything from that bottle yet.
It's possible it's missing one or two.
That's still
I
not
think
enough
the
to have your
photo showed
fingerprints
it.
all over.
Showed it down a little bit, didn't it?
First of all, you realize that they're never filled right up to the top because you'll crush the pills that way. There's always like some cotton or something in there.
I have never seen cotton in a pill bottle.
Or some kind of spacer in there.
It depends
Yeah,
how
I
many pills you have. If it's a bottle that's full up, you generally don't. But if it's
You
it's
don't
only
fill
like
the
a
bottle
few-
all the way to the top. You'll crush the tablets. No, you won't.
Yeah, not.
But regardless, this is the stupidest possible thing that anybody would have done. Like, if they sensed that the other person was planning on murdering them, oh yeah, let's go pick up this bottle of medication that they dropped and let them fucking kill me.
Look,
At least
we
I'll have
went
their
over
bottle
this.
of medicine
He's
in
a
my hand as evidence.
He's a pharmacologist. He cannot help himself. He just didn't have time to get it open before he could start counting.
No, I'm an engineer and I can tell you, if you toss a wrench in my path, I won't be compelled to go pick up the wrench. Or if you toss a gear in my path, I won't be compelled to count the number of cogs it has.
Of
Right.
course not. Engineers are
count-
compelled by screws.
We do like screwing.
See? See?
The problem
See?
is, not very many engineers are capable of finding significant others if you believe the stereotypes. How the hell I managed, I have no goddamn clue.
I think your friend threatened to fly across the country and kick your ass.
I mean, yes, but how I found my wife in the first place was a miracle.
Anyway, dropped by Mr. Wright and hit it in his hand instead of doing the logical thing and running away from someone who he sensed was trying to kill him. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. It makes literally no sense.
Right, because Payne is stupid and doesn't know that pharmacologists are compelled to count pills.
Yes. Order. Order in the court.
Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence.
Very well, the court will accept them into the record. Crime photo 2 added to the court record. The victim's watch stopped at the time of death. Why do watches always conveniently stop at the time of death?
The impact from the fall, or in this case, I would actually probably blame it on the electrocution disrupting the watch, maybe.
Depends. If it was fully analog, and like one of those ones with the gears and the cogs that you actually need to wind up, I think it's purely mechanical and shouldn't stop even if it gets a literal shock. But you're not wrong. If it had a battery, then I'm pretty sure the battery might have actually explodigated, but whatever.
For our purposes, it just forced the thing to stop.
Yeah, something like that. Cold Killer X found clutched in the victim's hand, covered in Wright's fingerprints.
Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken.
Okay, broken.
Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all this?
Yes, he was shocked to death. That explains why the watch wasn't working.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
This is really bad.
Oh my butter. My poor hemorrhoids.
This is the first we learned that he suffers from those.
No,
He
actually,
doesn't
he had one line about it before that.
Did he? I don't remember that from Ace Attorney 1.
No, like in this case.
I mean,
Yeah.
like, this game was the first that we learn of it. Yeah, I remember that he mentioned it once before today, but...
Okay,
Yeah.
it's
brings
only
it
in
up a
this
few
game
times
that he
this
brings it
case.
up.
Yes. What really happened? The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind that building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 o'clock, we split up. Then later, I went back. Well, why did you go back? Then later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I'd been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days. But I lost my okay. But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you gave previously. Not that we give a fuck about perjury here, but... Achoo! 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 I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth.
You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible.
Ms. Fey, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies. Oh, boy. So why did he call you? Had you ever met the victim before then?
No, never.
But that day he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dahlia. I will refuse to call her Dolly moving forward. As I said, it is a stupid nickname and she deserves better. We've been over this, Judge. It's Dahlia Hawthorne. It's kind of embarrassing. She's my, sweetheart.
You're embarrassed by having a girlfriend?
He's Phoenix.
What was
It doesn't
that
happen
for,
very often.
Mia?
Did she slap him? What did she do? I missed it.
Advance the dialogue, one line.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. She did slap him. Why?
Honestly, it kind of makes sense.
I mean, I get Franziska's compulsion to whip stuff, but...
Like, given her first case, that reaction makes sense.
Ah.
Dahlia,
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. That was a bit of a mess involving men.
I don't want to know.
Dahlia
You will.
Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is.
Actually, wasn't? No, he used the word angel, didn't he?
So it was one of those nasty love triangles. I see. Okay. Press. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated that you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. Oh, good. There's one thing and one thing only that I know about alchemy. And that would be the law of equivalent exchange.
Right, you don't... Also, don't try human transmutation.
I'ma try
I
it.
tried it once. It was an experience.
I'ma try it.
You should try it. It's an experience worth having.
Alright, well, if Little Goblin says so, I don't trust that, so I'm not gonna try it. An alchemist, I see. So he was a complete and total nut job, huh? A crackpot, you might say. I gotta admit, I was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that ran on high-voltage electricity.
Oh?
Oh, indeed. Ho ho! How fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask
saying
him.
you killed him.
Yes, I should ask him about more details. Let's talk about the timing of the meeting. I'm sure it doesn't actually matter, and what I actually have to ask about is the pharmacology department. So you are absolutely certain that you met at 2:45? Yeah, pretty sure. That's the time class ends. But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much. The experiments? Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something. Probably experimental drugs to get high on. Oh! I figured it out.
He overdosed and did stupid.
He overdosed on his own shit. And and he was the one who cut the fucking wires and killed himself. Okay.
Kids, this is why you don't do drugs.
Yes. And you don't make them either. Well, it looks like he's right about the time, anyway.
Witness, let's go on with your testimony.
No, no, no. I'm gonna ask about the pharmacology department this time. Because now I am very interested.
And what drug he got high on an overdose? Are you trying to steal it?
No.
Are you trying to buy it?
No, machines that run on high-volt electricity.
Uh-huh. Emmy wants the drug that killed Doug Swallow.
I do not. I'm a
It
machine with
sounds like
poison.
some good shit, let's be fair.
I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though, given that I'm an art student. A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high-voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high-voltage cables everywhere. That sounds like a Frank Grimes waiting to happen. Neither of you know who that is, do you?
It's okay, you don't need safety gloves, because you're Phoenix Wright!
That's right! He can't be killed! This is almost canon.
LG was actually referencing something, but, that's also probably true, Dawning. So, okay, LG actually knows who Frank Grimes is.
Good old Grimy.
Yes, how is old Grimy? He's dead!
Yeah.
High voltage cables. Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the building. One of them must have gotten struck by lightning and broke. The high voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. See, I knew I had to ask. I don't know why this is important, but this is important.
Actually, I don't think you did. I don't think that changed anything.
It's important. She said we're getting somewhere.
We're getting everywhere.
Yes, including where we don't want to go. Alright. Hold it.
Whose bottom are we trying to avoid going to?
I'd rather not get to Phoenix's.
Fair
Or
enough.
Winston's. Or the
Fair
judges. Or especially
Eh.
Grossberg's and his hemorrhoids.
Fair enough. Do you think we're getting to Grossberg's bottom on accident?
I mean, he keeps talking about his hemorrhoids.
This
It
is
does
true.
sound suspiciously like he's trying to lead the conversation.
Yes, and get
Yeah.
to his bottom instead.
Yeah. Grossberg's bottom doesn't seem like the best bottom to get to.
No, quite frankly, there is only one bottom in this courtroom that anybody wants to get to.
Mia's?
Winston Payne.
I already said
Ooh.
not Winston Payne. Even if he
Oh,
does
yeah.
look a little, even if he does look a little more confident with his stupid pompadour.
I assume you mean Mia because Dahlia hasn't come into the
Yeah,
courtroom
she's not
yet,
in the
has she?
courtroom.
Yeah.
Though I
Well,
assume
not
we'll have
maybe
to
yet.
get to her bottom too, which acceptable. So what was it you were talking about? You know. That maybe we should hang out again sometime. What? Hang out again sometime? I wish that were true. Alright, press on this. Why did you go back? So you say you went back. Yeah, that's when I found the body. So I assume when they were actually in the pharmacology department, Phoenix saw the guy without his leather jacket on, which was how we knew about the Union Jack. And then Phoenix left, realized, presumably, that he left his bottle of cold medicine behind, and what's-his-name actually left the pharmacology department attempting to give it back to Phoenix, which is why he was actually holding it. Case closed, Your Honor. Game over, Winston sucks. Next case.
It's a robbery.
Right. Robbery doesn't exist in this universe. Yes, but why did you go back in the first place? Weren't you angry with him? When did he ever say he was angry with him?
I mean, it was assumed by the fact that he's his girlfriend.
No. Like,
Stuck-up British wannabe also has certain connotations.
That too.
like Phoenix never said, like, okay, look, Dahlia dated someone else before. She broke up with that guy. Didn't seem like she was interested in him at all. So why the hell would Phoenix be mad? If anything, Doug would be mad at Phoenix, not the other way around.
So it was self-defense.
I'm not saying it was self-defense. I'm still saying that Doug just got struck basically by by lightning striking the power line and breaking one of the which happens all the fucking time.
What happened to the overdose theory?
Well, the autopsy report says he was hit by light, or he was electricity.
Right, but what happened to the what happened to the he was high and did something stupid theory?
The bottle of medication clearly is mostly full.
Right, but he's inventing other drugs.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why he'd have the bottle of Phoenix's medicine in his hand.
He was high, he tried to return the medicine to Phoenix, and when he was on his way there, he did stupid.
He got distracted by the high voltage power lines and said that he was Homer Simpson and didn't need no stupid gloves. But again, I don't get where she's saying he was angry with him. Like, because up until literally this very moment, we never actually established that Phoenix was angry at Doug. Okay, wannabe British whatever means that he didn't exactly like the guy. That doesn't mean that you're angry with him. Like, I can think someone is a pretentious asshole, which is presumably what Phoenix is saying, except in slightly more polite terms.
We never taught him to swear in art school.
No. But I can say that and not actually hate whoever it is. Or still not be angry at whoever it is. It's just I don't like hanging out with them because they're a pretentious asshole.
And there can only be one of those in any given room.
Are you calling me a pretentious asshole?
You've done it to yourself before.
No, I've called myself an asshole, not a pretentious asshole. I don't pretend to be anything that I'm not. Okay, I pretend to be a stupid.
I don't believe you.
But that, again, I know I'm an asshole. But the key modifier word there is pretentious. I am not a pretentious asshole. Doesn't mean I'm not a jerk. But I'm not pretentious and I'm not a hypocrite. I don't like being either of those two things. Anyway,
But
well,
that's
that's...
not against hippos. Especially when they roll nat 20s. I love when hippos roll nat 20s.
Well, that's right, I was. ... Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back there? And when did we actually establish that you were angry with him? ... I thought maybe we could make up? As long as he doesn't say make out, because that would be unfaithful to Dahlia, and she deserves better. ... Achoo! Achoo! Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one is buying this. It's a good thing Phoenix isn't selling.
Yeah, no one pays him anyway.
No, nobody does. Okay, it's clearly been working very well. It's rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it?
Not really.
Not particularly. I mean, yeah, cold and flu season tends to be more in the winter, and April is decidedly spring.
Is it, though? Does it always decide to be spring?
It has snowed on my birthday before. It has
That's
snowed
what I thought.
a week after my birthday before.
Exactly.
But this is California we're talking about, so...
LG, is April in spring?
No, April's in autumn.
That's right. You see? It is
California, not Australia.
Look, she asked me a question, I answered.
No, I'm not blaming you, LG, I'm blaming Dawning.
You would blame a sweet, adorable little goblin?
You're the one redirecting the conversation. Like, I specifically said California, and you asked the Australian.
Yeah, they're both warm places.
The logic checks out.
Hemispheres, Dawning. Hemispheres. I would know I was playing Civilization 3 for a good chunk of today, and until about 1 o'clock in the morning last night, so... specifically on a world map. And yes, Dawning, this does mean I didn't go to work today. I don't think you were aware of that. I did not go to work today.
Are you sick?
No.
Why didn't you go to work today? What happened?
My dad is in the hospital.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. He's fine,
Yeah.
but, like, I ended up... So, he went yesterday afternoon. He and my mom were in the ambulance, so I was on standby duty to pick him up... Well, to pick up my mother. Picked up my mother, got her home around 11:30 in the evening, and I was just too wired, and plus, you know, again, I needed to be around today. First of all, still dealing with my car issues, which you are aware of. I guess for chat's purposes, one of the reasons that I didn't stream last Wednesday, because I was going to, one of them, of course, was my wrist. The other one was that my car started having problems on my way home from work. It cut out on me once, and I literally had to turn it off, turn it back on again, and pray to God that it would actually turn back on. And then the acceleration was literally nothing. Looking at the RPM, it was 0. So accelerating from red lights, from stop, was miserable. And wouldn't you know it, that happened to be the night that I hit just about every single fucking red light.
Ugh.
Once I got up to speed, the car was fine. But, you know, obviously I didn't want to deal with driving my car to and from work when I work about 20 miles from home. So I didn't have access to the van the following day. I had to take the bus to and from work on Thursday. Then I took my car in for an evaluation Thursday night. I thought it was going to be the battery, the alternator, or the starter. It was none of them. Ended up being a couple of busted sensors. My usual mechanic was closed, so I had taken it to a parts specialist for the diagnostic. They did all the tests and the diagnostic for free. Being a nice guy that I am, I decided I'd buy the parts from them and bring it over to my mechanic today, because By the time I was able to pick up the parts on Friday, my mechanic, which is owned by 2 Jewish guys, was closed. Not open Saturday because, again, Jewish guys. Not open on Sunday anymore since COVID. So today was the first time I had a chance to bring my car in for a repair.
It makes some degree of sense.
And here's the worst.
At least it's on the way.
No, here's the worst part. I mean, it's back home. But here's the worst part. The parts specialist, right, the company that's the parts specialist, I'm not going to name them, I don't want to knock them. But the company that's the parts specialist that I went to for the testing sold me the wrong sensor for one of them.
Oh.
So I've got to go back to them tomorrow and return the unused sensor, along with a pretty big complaint, because my mechanic, I trust him, and, you know, again, the issues with my car are completely gone. But I know that I pay more for the sensor when I have to get it from my mechanic, and when my car's already there, what the hell am I going to do? Right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say, let me go back to the other store, pick up the other set. No. Especially since they might have to wait a day to get it like they did last week. I just didn't feel like putting up with them or anything else once my car was home today. And so I'm streaming mostly because I'm stressed to all high hell and needed to do something to calm myself down. It's been working.
Good.
Good.
Anyway, rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year, isn't it? No. Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open this early in the spring, huh? I suppose common sense is not always common. Not with this guy, and yet you end up fucking hiring him, lady. I don't know why. So, did anyone else know you were taking cold medicine? Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it. I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on that day on the day of the accident. Interesting. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Ate food. Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dahlia. Just the two. Oh, god damn it! I was fucking right. Dawning!
I have said nothing.
I'm going to have to convict her of murder. I'm sad. Again. I always eat with Dahlia. Just the two of us. Dahlia's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious, like Lucky Charms.
Why did you punch me in the jaw?
Why is Mia so violent? Oh, I get it. It's because she was in love with Lana Skye and wasn't able to have those feelings reciprocated. I see. I get it.
I'm pretty sure her and Lana were...
Or
I'm pretty sure those feelings were...
Maybe they had to be a little bit more underground about it. I don't know what universe this is existing in or what time period this was. I mean, LG said 2013, 2014. But
yeah, I can see it.
This was a game from the early okay, the other one was 2001. I can't imagine this one was that long afterward. So the game itself was in the early 2000s. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. She is extremely violent. If she had red hair... Never mind.
If she had red hair,
She'd have red hair.
this is true. If she had red hair, she would have red hair.
I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. Yes, for the very first time. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Oh, we finally learned the judge's actual name. It's Frank.
I always thought it was Harold.
Why?
Harold? They're lesbian. This is a repeated issue with him.
What?
He doesn't know Harold, they're lesbians?
I think he doesn't.
He did not know Harold, they're lesbians.
I'm confused and scared?
I'll be honest, I don't actually think I know where it came from, but I recognize the line.
Exactly. See? Everyone knows the line Harold, they're lesbians.
Clearly not, because I don't.
How have
Anyway,
you never encountered Harold, they're lesbians?
how new of a meme is this?
Not new.
2015.
When did Rick rolling start? Because that's right about when I stopped with the memes. I'm pretty sure Rick rolling is older. While you're looking it up, let me continue. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted.
What do you mean? I knew it was too much work for a little girl.
Humph. However, there is one mystery that still remains. Yes, dumbass. If they'd never met before, why did the victim ask to meet Phoenix Wright? This is a very big mystery. Also, you still haven't...
Not the one he's thinking of.
The judge... I feel like the judge and thinking do not go together. But okay, what is this mystery? How the murder was carried out of... Oh, well, no, that actually also makes sense. That actually makes a ton of sense. For once.
Mr. Judge, are you fucking stupid?
No. No.
Little bit.
No. So, again, you can see how... You can see that the wires were cut, but you still don't know how Phoenix would have gone about slicing those wires without electrifying himself to death. So even if the exact weapon is known, it's not like a knife where you know that someone had to go stab a kiss, or a gun where someone pulled the trigger. Right? You still have to know how we arranged for the guy to be in the vicinity of those high voltage lines, how we arranged for that line to get sliced without hurting himself. Because very clearly, like, if there was any evidence that Phoenix had been singed at all, well, first of all, voltage doesn't work like that. Either you get the full blast or none at all. So if it was enough to kill one guy, it would have been enough to kill Phoenix also.
Phoenix can't be killed.
You don't know that.
I do know that.
Has he been shot?
I think so.
Has he
Probably.
been stabbed?
I think so. Probably.
Has he been drowned?
Yes.
Has he been poisoned?
Yes.
Has he been run over by a train?
No, but he has by a car. A speeding car.
That definitely doesn't count. The train has more mass and could do more damage.
Counterpoint, the car launched him 30 feet in the air and he hit his head on a telephone pole. If something was going to kill him. If something was going to be able to kill him, it would have happened already.
No, I doubt it. There are plenty of things that could probably kill him that have not happened. Like, has an entire building collapsed on him? No. Has he been sucked into a black hole? No. Has he been hit in the head by a giant piano or an anvil? No. Fire extinguisher doesn't count.
A building has collapsed on him.
Literally on him?
There was a bomb and it knocked the roof down while he was in the room.
Roof is not entire building. My point stands.
If something was going to kill him, he would be dead.
Uh-huh. Regardless.
This is my official stance on Phoenix Wright. I'm not saying he can't die. I'm sure he can die of natural causes, but I don't think he can be killed.
Well, a black hole is technically natural.
One could argue.
The piano falling from the heavens is also natural.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, that happens all the time. You gotta watch out for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like a magic situation. Yeah, it happens, but it's not natural. Lots of things that happen all the time
it doesn't
are
rain
unnatural.
pianos where you are?
It does, but it didn't always. It's an unnatural situation caused by human intervention.
Oh, boy. Anyway, let's get to this, because I'm curious as to how the victim was electrocuted. I don't believe the murder weapon has been... Okay, so if he's specifically asking about the murder weapon, he might be slightly stupid. But figuring out how the murder weapon was utilized without injury to the murderer is a very good question. I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Well, that is, You are correct, Your Honor.
Is he, though?
Technically, yes.
There has not been a murder weapon produced.
But only...
This is a correct statement.
Yes, technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Oh, no, I think that wire was produced already.
It's on a picture, but it hasn't been produced as evidence.
It's been through production. Some company produced it.
We walked into that one, didn't we, LG?
Yeah, she just set us up.
It doesn't happen often. I'm shocked. Shocked, I say.
Not
that swallow.
That was the joke, yes, Dawning. So how exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, then I'd figure out how my client is guilty, yes. You could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. I mean, I feel like you would smell like a rose no matter what, because I assume you wear perfume.
Are you sure it's rose scented, though?
Well, why would she say smelling like a rose if it wasn't rose scented? Like, why would she expect to smell like something that her perfume didn't smell like? Let's establish murder method. Your Honor. Yes, Ms. Fey? I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. And again, you'll see it was just a stupid accident. That would be most impressive. No, it wouldn't. Oh, wait, this is Ace Attorney Universe.
Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rule of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence.
I will, and it'll be evidence that you produced. Of course I know that. I'm going to ignore the line in blue because I assume Mia actually didn't forget it, because she is somewhat competent. Now then, Ms. Fey, let's see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. Gee, has nobody noticed the giant fucking power wire that's dangling right above the victim and literally still giving off sparks? Bunch of fucking amateurs here. As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there is nothing... Judge, put your glasses on.
Well, it doesn't resemble a murder weapon.
That's true.
Which is where I'm going with this. He wasn't murdered, it was a fucking accident. We're trying to figure out how he was electrocuted. I'd say the giant high voltage wire that is, again, broken and literally sparking in the picture might fit the fucking bill. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. You're an idiot. You're an idiot! It's the fucking wire! Well, naturally, it's right here. That's... What is that? A severed electrical cable, you dumbass! I mean, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard. See, I told you we were getting somewhere when we made Phoenix explain about the high voltage lines. The machines the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere. So then, the high voltage cable. Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation, and from there we see that the most likely explanation of this death is that it was an accident, not a murder. Case closed. Everybody can go home. That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I believe some praise is in order.
Don't toy with me, old man. That statement, combined with the two previous ones that Winston Payne said earlier, makes it even worse.
Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high-voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies.
Yeah, that this whole fucking thing was a goddamn accident.
Or
nothing.
Or Phoenix did it.
Yeah, that doesn't imply that Phoenix specifically did it. Again, the guy's too stupid. He would have electrocuted himself.
And been fine because he can't be killed.
He'd still at least be singed. You can't argue that he's unable to be injured or affected by.
I'm not. I'm just saying he can't be killed.
In which case, he would still have electrical ash or, like, you don't grab a high voltage wire and not catch fire at the very least. If it's that, like, if it's enough to kill this guy, Phoenix should at least have permanent socket hair or burned hair or something to indicate that he had a high voltage current go through him. Your Honor, my evidence to back up my claim here is Phoenix Wright's IQ test. You will see that it is negative 9,001. Ergo, my client is way too stupid to have cut this electrical wire without severely injuring himself at the very least.
I mean, I don't think anybody's implying that.
Well, then I don't know what Payne says that this implies.
Well, no one said he cut it.
And this is kind of exactly what Payne is implying.
The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was the defendant.
Not... Again, you're still fucking assuming it was a murder, not an accident. That's you!
No.
No, it's not even close. Like, there are so many fucking logical leaps in all of this bullshit. And this has got to be one of the biggest ones that there is. Like, okay, hey look, wire, high voltage wire was used in the murder. First of all, we still don't actually know that it was a fucking murder.
Everything... Has there been a death in this universe that was not murder that you can think of?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Amy Fey.
Making some bold assumptions there, buddy.
Yeah, we don't know that.
Yeah, Amy Fey.
We really don't know that.
Nah, she was still alive.
God, he doesn't know.
The correct answer was Celeste and Pat.
That's also true. That was suicide. I was getting there. I was going in chronological order. I would have gotten to Celeste soon, but yeah, there are deaths that aren't murder.
Not very many of them.
I'm pretty sure there was at least one other one that was ruled as an accident. I'll have to look it up another time, but I think that there's been at least a couple. And again, it doesn't mean that it never happened.
It only basically never happened.
But regardless, it's still a massive logical leap. Also, the statement in and of itself that Phoenix was the only one who had opportunity to use the high voltage... I assume Phoenix and Doug weren't the only people in the pharmacology building. There are usually other students or faculty there.
No, that doesn't sound true.
So, again, there's still two massive logical leaps here.
You'd think he does have proof.
I was going to say, you'd think I know not to use actual logic in these games by now, because this is the third one in the series. But I will point this shit out every time it pops up, darn it. Yes, and that's not...
problem.
Yeah, I know. That's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer. I feel like it's going to prove the exact opposite, considering you're you, but do carry on. You do? Well, what is it?
His fingerprints.
Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's fingerprints were on something beside the medicine bottle?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket.
Yes?
As you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well.
Yes, we do know this from a previous case, don't we? Dawning?
What do we know?
That leather holds fingerprints quite well.
Oh yeah, we do know that from
Rise from the ashes.
The world's
Right.
longest court case
Well,
that somehow only took 3 days.
well, I think somehow I made the final case of Game 2 take longer, and that was only 2 days. And I'm making this take way too fucking long too, so...
Buddy, we're like a quarter of the way through at best.
Lovely. You mean...
Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand.
What?
I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim toward the severed electrical cable.
Still not explaining how the cable got severed to begin with?
That's not important.
Don't worry about it.
That's kind of important, because you'd think that if that was an issue that was known about, they would have cordoned off the area, because that is fucking dangerous.
Not dangerous.
Objection,
Someone
hearsay.
died.
Order. That's enough. I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination.
Fucking we're done!
Mr. Grossberg.
My hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent. No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt. Your Honor, at this time I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. Oh good, Phoenix is going to jail. Hold it. Do you have something further to add, Ms. Fey? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? ... exclamation mark. You still haven't told us the truth, the whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict. But I can't. I just can't say... Oh, my controller has low battery. Interesting. I did forget to charge it, actually. So that makes sense. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Yeah, sure. Ms. Fey? No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you and I'll represent you to the very end. ... exclamation mark.
Objection. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wright. I'll tell you what really happened.
Objection. But I've already told you, Mr. Wright, there's no need for further...
I did it. Oh, good. I admit it. I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead. That... What kind of voice should we give? Oh yeah, we saw this before. It's none of your business. I'm telling you for your own sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news. You're lying. Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. Okay, I need to do something about this, otherwise that's going to keep popping up in the corner. So, he pushed the guy, right? That's clear. ... What you just said, was that the truth? Yes, I was afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Yeah, that does actually make sense, and it's why the Fifth Amendment exists. Just because he shoved the guy doesn't actually mean he killed the guy. Right, Dawning?
Yeah, I've killed a lot of guys without shoving them.
And more to the point, you've not killed some people that you've shoved.
Oh, yeah, that too.
See, you can kill someone without shoving them, but more importantly, you don't kill everyone that you shove. This is an important fact that we all have to know.
Yes, shoving is not an integral part of murder.
Yes.
You can use stabbing, there are guns.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of ways to murder people that don't involve shoving them.
Yes. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are. Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Fey? I believe in you. Oh, thank you? I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim. No, I mean, we knew he pushed the victim because the palm print was on the jacket.
Ooh, feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake.
Boy, him and his hemorrhoids, her and her migraines.
Mia has migraines? I forgot about that.
I'm pretty sure she mentioned it in case 1-1. Like when Phoenix was screwing around, she kept saying something about, I gotta go home, I think I'm getting a migraine. When I pushed the victim. That guy, he was talking bad about Dahlia. You know what? Innocent. Anyone who talks trash about a cute redhead deserves any fate that they get. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was lying there dead. Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable, and it was conveniently dangling that nobody had noticed before that very moment. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. A simple explanation indeed. Which is why it's blatantly false, Your Honor. Nothing is ever simple or straightforward here. Objection. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But when I pushed him, there weren't any electric... Yeah, and you would have noticed that. When I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. So yeah, even Phoenix acknowledges he's an idiot. That's true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that. More to the point, the other guy wouldn't have missed it either. Doug Swallows wouldn't have missed it. And they wouldn't have just been... They wouldn't have been literally having a conversation like this in a specific location where there was a downed power wire. They would have moved somewhere else.
For both of their safety.
Yes.
Well, really only Doug's, because Phoenix can't be killed. But I don't know if he knows that yet.
I was going to say, I don't think he knows that yet. Ms. Fey, Let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? So this is where an involuntary manslaughter would be good, but Phoenix didn't even do that. Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. Well, let's take a look-see.
A look and see? That's a lot to ask for.
Well, I'm wearing my glasses, so I'm fine.
See. But I don't look because I'm not greedy.
If you say so. The watch stopped a little after 3, not at 3 proper. I don't think that's too important, though.
Yeah, I think what it matters in this particular instance is that it was around 3.
Yeah, I mean, the autopsy report says specifically 3. Right? Date and time of death, 4/9 at 3 p.m., not around 3 p.m., but regardless. There's got to be something about that umbrella. Oh! Well, he was carrying the umbrella, so he shouldn't have been wet. But if he got shoved, he would have been wet. I don't know. Let's start pressing buttons, and we'll figure out where to go from there. How's that?
It tends to give new information to run on.
Probably. Again, I think this line in particular exonerates Phoenix completely, because even if he did kill Doug, you don't talk shit about a redhead and get away with it. So what kinds of things did Mr. Swallow say to you? He said all sorts of terrible things about Dahlia. He said she was a bad girl. ... Is that all? Yep. Well, Miss Fey, you heard him yourself. Oh boy, you're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright.
Dog.
What? What about him?
He's dead.
Yes, and he deserved it.
He did.
You don't
He
talk
doesn't know
shit
what he's
about a
talking
redhead.
about.
No, he doesn't. Probably.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Anyway,
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
After he said that, I just... You know what? My respect for Phoenix has grown ever so slightly. Can you tell me about what happened in a little more detail? That guy, he just said he just said what he wanted to say to me. And then he put the jacket... Then he put on the jacket he was holding and started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest. And when you did that, there was no severed cable anywhere to be seen. Right, there was nothing like that at all. But it is possible. Is it possible that you merely overlooked it? No, stupid! Nobody would overlook it! ... Well, I guess it's possible. What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like cheap asphalt. I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred. let's continue on with the testimony, witness. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. Okay, what kind of loud noise? A loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure.
Obviously.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like, snap. You know, come to think of it, I wonder what it was. It was the cable snapping.
Which implicates Phoenix Wright in involuntary manslaughter.
It might, but like Phoenix couldn't have possibly foreseen. Like, let's say the cable did snap at that particular moment. There's no way Phoenix could have known about it. All he intended to do was give the guy a light tap for talking trash about a redhead. You can't pin him for murder for something like that.
But it is still involuntary manslaughter.
Which they don't have here, so he's innocent of murder.
Actually, I think they do have involuntary manslaughter. Well, I don't know if it's been established at this point, but there is a case where involuntary manslaughter is a charge against
Yeah, I
one
think
of your
it is
clients.
it is one of the ones we've seen, I'm pretty sure.
Case.
It's like, oh, you could
case
take the
2-4.
involuntary...
Case 2-4.
Was it?
No, case 2-4 was self-defense. I'm sorry. There hasn't been involuntary manslaughter specifically mentioned yet. I don't think.
No, not yet. There is involuntary manslaughter in Ace Attorney 6.
Or, I'm sorry, it was 2-2, not 2-4.
Yes.
Anyway, clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. No, clearly you have never heard the sound of someone being electrocuted. That wouldn't sound like snap. That would sound like a lot of sizzling.
You heard someone being electrocuted?
Yeah, I'd say snap feels like a very reasonable description
Incorrect.
of that.
Absolutely, totally incorrect. It's so a little bit of crackle and pop, but snap absolutely not.
Why do you know this?
Why would I not know this?
Who did you electrocute?
Myself! Not with extremely high voltage, mind you.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense.
I keep saying mechanical engineer, not electrical engineer. Anyway, it also sometimes happens in the repair room occasionally when something short circuits. Which has nothing to do with me, I just happen to be around.
You're always short-circuited.
That implies that I'm a machine, and if I'm a machine, I would like a new left wrist, please.
No, that's expensive.
Uh-huh.
You can't afford it.
Objection. You're not qualified to decide that. No, I am. And again, I will tell you, snap is decidedly not the right noise for that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. More details, please. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Okay. You know what that might have been? Lightning striking the power cord.
No.
Though that would have been accompanied by a giant flash, but we're not seeing anyone's boobs here, so wrong kind of flash.
I mean, you're seeing Mia's boobs a little bit.
I
Not
suppose.
as much as you do later in the timeline, but a little bit.
I suppose. Aha! Could it have been... Yes, could it have been? Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella Oh, that actually makes sense. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it, and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? And did that umbrella belong to the... Well, who the fuck else would it have belonged to? Yeah, it was a
I
plastic...
could have borrowed it from someone or something.
Okay, but Phoenix wouldn't have known that. Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella, cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. Then again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Ms. Fey, what do you think? Is there some... Yes? Yes? Because if Phoenix was soaked to the bone, he would have been damaged by electrocution. This is it, Mia. This the new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No. That wasn't the direction that I was going for, but sure. I was going for Phoenix being soaked to the bone. Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to have it... Okay? I want to have it... I want to officially have it entered into the testimony.
How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer.
The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. Uh-huh. But the body is pretty far away from the umbrella in this picture. Isn't it? I wonder... Dawning, thoughts?
No.
LG, thoughts?
Well, there you go. I mean, I'm not gonna lead you. I know all of this. I know the answer.
Yes, and?
And I can't wait to see you figure it out.
We're gonna be waiting a while.
I have come to accept that. Over
Yeah.
the past 3 hours in which we have gotten only this far, I have come to accept that we're here for a while.
Jesus Christ, it has been 3 hours, hasn't it?
You haven't even gotten through the first character testimony.
I'm sorry! But
You
okay,
don't even...
always press
Is
before.
this even Phoenix's last testimony?
So Mr. Swallow fell on top of his umbrella. Are you certain of this? Yeah, it was right there under him. Actually, if it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for my... So you were planning on shoving him and then stealing his umbrella. Okay. If it hadn't been under him, I was planning on borrowing it for myself. The umbrella, you mean? Hell yeah, you see, I was wearing this sweater here. I knew she made it for him. Dahlia stayed up late for nights at a time knitting it for me. I didn't want the rain to dampen the handmade symbol of her love.
My stomach is not to be used as your personal soccer ball, Mia.
I'm so sorry. Continue on with your testimony, witness. Alright. Have I gone
I
through
forgot about the violence against Grossberg in this case.
I have not technically pressed on it, so I'm pretty sure that I have to present, and I have to present the murder photo on this. But I'm going to push on everything else because that is my way, and that is why we've been here 3 hours and gotten jack shit done. After you shoved the victim, did you leave the scene right away? Yes, I did. I admit it. I was furious. You left without even checking Mr. Swallow's condition. It was a light fucking tap. Well, yeah, but like I said, I got worried about him later. So I went back, but he was lying there, dead. At that time, did you see anyone else at the scene of the crime? No, nobody. So much for him telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Jeez, could that stupid cough possibly sound any phonier? In that case, it's very hard to believe that someone else could have been the murderer.
And if we can find something that shows his innocence from that testimony, my dear,
Yep.
I'm afraid the judge will make his final decision with no remorse whatsoever.
Yes, sir. Right now I need more info. Info that will help me turn... Yes. Yes. I know what I must do. I was right. I know I was right. But I always have to press on everything first, you see. Objection. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier.
What do you mean by that?
Take another look at the crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella, and he also would have fallen, well, yeah. However, if you look closely, you don't even have to look that closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still very much alive.
No!
Order. The victim, he moved. Mr. Payne, the umbrella in this photo, where is it now? Oh, good. His, pompadour is askew.
Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene.
I want it presented as evidence immediately. Umbrella, owned by the victim, found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene. Added to the court record.
But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind.
Objection. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind, unless he got off it in the first place.
But
I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial. No, it's abso-fucking-lutely not relatively trivial. It means that after he was pushed, he was able to get up. Ergo, Phoenix didn't even push him into the electricity to begin with. To say nothing of whether or not Phoenix deliberately even set up that whole downed power line to begin with, but nobody seems to give a shit about that, so why should I? But, as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment. Judge, this is more than even just the smallest doubt. This is literally evidence that the victim was able to get up and walk around after his final altercation with the defendant. It's not a small doubt.
No.
I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the... See, now he's saying that it's a huge deal. That a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony. Phoenix's testimony added to the court record. Okay, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened.
Oh, well done, Mia.
Your hemorrhoids lied.
His hemorrhoids lied.
Yeah. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination.
Well, you tried it with cross-examination and evidence, mind you, but let's not get too technical. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying. ... Let me guess. You have another witness. What? More? Why?
Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible.
Wanna bet, buddy? Well, who is this witness? God fucking damn it.
Oh my god, finally!
Yeah, finally. I get to convict another goddamn redhead. This is the other reason I haven't been rushing tonight. Because I knew where this is going.
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean the defendant's girlfriend?
I do, Your Honor. The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. That's right.
This is a problem for everybody. Especially me, because again, I'm going to have to convict a redhead of murder. A cute redhead of murder. This game is already pissing me off.
That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What?
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear.
Ooh, she looks smug and did a hair flip. That's a cute Mia-ism. Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this.
You can't be serious.
Mia, what do you mean by that?
I think this is a good point for us to stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Okay, we're done for the night.
You could at least do the recess. Jesus Christ, that's a long recess.
It is, yes, considering they have like 5-minute or 10-minute recesses later on. Anyway, okay, April 11th, 11:52, District Court, Defendant Lobby, again, no 3, and I don't see any 3s there contradicting it.
Ms. Fey, I'm sorry about what happened back there.
It's all right. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, so I guess I can start to relax then, huh?
Relax, my boy. You can't be serious. After hiding such important facts.
But the next witness is my Dahlia, right? She'll save me. I just know she will.
Why do you think that?
Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why.
Love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne?
Sure, no problem. Dahlia and I, we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse.
That's odd.
Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side.
Bullshit!
Anyway, one day she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together.
Hey, Phoenix is wearing some kind of necklace.
As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me.
Well, yeah, she's cute and she's a redhead. Anyone with half a brain would know that.
Oh, here, take a look at this. ...
Exclamation mark?
She gave this to me the day we met as a symbol of our love. She had been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, I want you to... Dawning, you want to use this... Do you want to say this line?
I want you to carry this. I haven't actually practiced the voice I have in mind for Dahlia, so I have the idea of what I want it to sound like. I haven't nailed down how I make it sound like that.
I see. LG?
Oh, he gave it to you as a present. I see.
This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my... Okay, he's not very good with words because he says darling little twice, but this darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dahlia. It certainly is a little bottle, all right. It makes me so happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. Boy, Phoenix is so happy and in love. I don't like those laughs. I mean, I know where this goes because obviously Dahlia isn't in his future. Fuck, Dahlia's not in his future. Of course that means she's convicted of murder here. God damn it. A small bottle necklace given to Wright on the day they met. He shows it to everyone. Dahlia's present, yes. She actually let me... Sorry, Phoenix actually let me borrow that? Well, he's an idiot. I'd never return a redhead's treasure if anyone let me borrow that.
Well, I think all things considered, I don't know how to put this without spoiling everything.
Anyway. So after that, you and Ms. Hawthorne started dating. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me.
Red flags.
Okay, I feel like this relationship is one-sided. Dawning, did you want to voice that line or no?
Sorry, yeah. Please give it back now.
What a strange girl. Asking for a present back like that. Kind of a red flag, if you ask me.
No, the red flag is from Phoenix, because I think he stole it from her in the first place. By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? What is this August 27th, and why does it matter? Huh? Yeah, it was. But how did you... This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse. What? What's this? A newspaper clipping that you happen to be carrying on you for no specific reason? Let's see.
Oh, for very specific reason.
Very specific.
Well, why would she be carrying this specific newspaper clipping wherever she goes, hoping it becomes relevant?
Oh, not wherever she goes. Just to this specific court case.
But she didn't know anything about this fucking court case.
You knew
I
enough.
think she did. She knew enough that she knew that thing would be relevant.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder?
What are you reading there? Let me see that. Oh, I see. Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say.
I don't. Let me see the fucking article.
And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. You believe there is some connection between these two cases. Am I correct?
Okay.
Newspaper clipping added to the court record, an article from 8/28, almost 8 months ago. Can I actually read what it fucking says?
No.
Good. Murder in the courthouse. Very little information is being disclosed at this time, since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria said to have been a lawyer. Police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student. Oh my fucking god. It's the DL6 incident.
Heck, your mouth.
Oh wait, never mind. It's 10 years after the DL6 incident. Also, I don't think there were any 19-year-old female college students who were sitting with the victim or involved with the DL6 at all.
No, not that one.
No, I don't remember any 19-year-olds.
Aha! But she's 20. Phew, we're safe.
8
Yeah.
months later.
Yeah, I know. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself.
Yes, but I'm afraid what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look down at the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We'd better all get moving.
So he's not going to be with me when I'm in this case right now, because he's going to be doing reading downstairs.
Hey.
Yes, I will be leaving.
That
I might come back. Who knows?
That recess sure seemed longer than 20 minutes, though. That was actually shorter than 20 minutes, I think. Alright, screw this. No more to be continued. I'm cruising right through.
Good luck.
There. Turnabout memories. Go back. Shush. Oh, hey, yeah, it is just Mia.
It is just Mia.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness. This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand. Oh, she's adorable! Look at the little butterflies!
I love the butterflies.
What's with this stiff silence? I'm not going to comment, I'm not going to comment, I'm not going to comment.
Well, something in here is stiff.
The umbrella stand, right? Or the parasol stand?
Sure.
Let's go with that.
In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many no shit. And you will continue to be deceived by many more moving forward. It's my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit... She's so cute. In your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity. I can't believe he actually said that.
Oh, now then, witness, could you please state your full name?
Don't worry, sweetie, there's no need to be nervous.
If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them right down to size.
And I will bash them with my gavel. See? See? And both of you were getting on Phoenix's case earlier for defending her honor.
I wasn't?
No, the judge and Payne.
Huh.
Because they were saying that when Phoenix pushed whatever the hell his irrelevant name is.
Bird Euro Man.
Yeah, Swallow.
Bird Euro
Guy.
Man. That's his name.
Yeah, no. He deserved it, because he was insulting her. Case closed, we all win.
Except for Zero Man, but he deserved to lose.
Well, he's dead, yeah. I love how they look straight at me when they say that. You know, given her relationships that we are aware of, I feel like she might have some of the same feelings they seem to, but she does have to treat...
Oh,
I
let
don't
me assure
don't
you,
go
she
there.
sure
Please
the fuck does not.
Stop!
I don't know. I mean, she's certainly closer in age, right? Yeah, she is. Anyway.
Are you familiar with... I know you sold out in, Bridge. Are you... You know why I'm telling him to stop, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we
What
don't
happened?
go there.
I'm so confused.
We don't go there. You'll understand why we don't go there when you get to Bridge. We
Too
don't
late.
go there.
I've gone there.
Don't stop.
Too late.
Please
Done.
stop going there. Thank you for calming my nerves. You are all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Not at all, not at all. It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation?
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University.
See, this is official confirmation, by the way, that she is a student at Ivy University, which we did not have earlier. I know that was a point LG and I were discussing about 10 hours ago, so... There, official confirmation. Good.
I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all
I
mine.
gotta say, Dawning, this voice is very good for her.
I'm pulling from certain other voices I've done, but nicer.
No, the honor is all mine. I'm the one known as Your Honor, after all. The sad thing is, Mia's got bigger ones than Dahlia.
This is true.
Oh, boy. But yes, we do know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, indeed.
I could teach you if you'd like, Miss Fey. Of course, I'd have to charge.
Sir?
Is there something I can help you with? You just go on and say whatever it is that's on your mind.
I'm sure that there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't kill anyone. I just know it.
The heck is a Feeny? Oh, a relative of Eeny and
Phoenix.
Mimi.
Okay, that is also possible.
And another person with red hair. Yes, that makes sense.
I don't think Mimi had red hair. Naturally.
No, but... It's entirely possible that Feeny is another redhead related to Eeny and Mimi. I don't know why they didn't come up earlier, but they came up earlier. Yes, I can see why you'd say that. She's going to be a tough witness. I mean, she literally just said your client didn't kill anybody. She's going to be a tough witness, all right. Only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please.
I had been planning to go back to Feeney's place after class was over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. Then, suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just laughed.
What? What?
That's when Feeny noticed I was there. I went to go and find some other students, and they called the authorities.
What? What? None of this makes any sense. It doesn't fit with existing, which, I mean, I guess it's not supposed to fit with existing evidence, but still. I don't know what to say. According to you, Ms. Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong. Yes! Good. The defendant didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so she's standing up for Phoenix. Objection. Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please, tell us the truth.
But, I would never.
Also, why is the judge bashing him with a gavel? Your Honor, make with the gavel now, please. You said you would. Then let's face it, Winston Payne really deserves it.
Really deserved it.
Hold it. That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. Yeah, I'm confused too, Judge. What do you mean by that? Please, just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin Okay. Oh!
You haven't.
I fucking forgot how catty Mia gets with women she doesn't like.
And boy, does she not like this one.
You haven't changed a bit, Mia Fey.
I'm sorry, what?
You haven't changed a bit, Mia Fey. ...
What's this? So, you two are acquainted?
Okay. Yes, we've met before. Once.
That.
Fascinating. Well, it's probably not important. In any case, Ms. Fey, the floor is all yours, but I want the ceiling.
It's good to see you again, Madam Fey.
Madam? Okay. I would assume if it was someone from Kurain, she'd call her Mystic Fey. Or Mystic Mia. Actually, because you had Mystic Maya, Mystic Pearl. So this isn't someone from Kurain. So who the fuck is this? Well, she's a cute redhead. That's all I need to know. Oh! Mia's ex-girlfriend. That's why
Don't
she's pissed at her.
fucking go there!
Absolutely not.
Okay. Problem solved. I figured it out. I am a genius.
I'm going to fucking kill you if you don't stop going there.
You'd have to come get me first.
Please stop going there.
Madam, I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie. They're also not that far apart in age. Like,
I know.
maybe a couple of years. So you know what, whatever. I wasn't going there. I was just saying it's weird that Dolly is pulling an age thing when it's like maybe a couple of years difference. That's what I was commenting on.
I mean, yeah, they are. That is, I suppose, something.
Let's carry on. Before I start thinking again. Alright, press. Now, unless I'm mistaken, Phoenix, I mean Mr. Wright, is in the art department. Yeah, so why the hell were you walking towards the pharma building? If that's the case, then what were you doing by the pharmacology building?
Well, I'm in the literature department. I'm studying Japanese samurai poetry.
Okay, and? Oh ho! How wonderful! It's that humorous yet satirical style of haiku, yes?
Nothing left to do. When a man reaches his age, sleep is his best friend.
That's supposed to be poetry. Sounds more like a midlife crisis.
For me to get to the art department, I'd have to walk through that back area.
That's kind of what I figured. Aha, yes, I see. That makes sense. When I want to enter the courthouse, I always walk through the front doors. How else would you enter? Teleportation? No, through the roof. Or, better still, intruder window.
Alright, just like Marvin Grossberg, I'm going to leave for a little bit. I might come back before you finish, might not, who knows, all depends how long you choose to go.
Yeah, LT.
I'm stressed. I will probably go past my designated end time.
Fair enough.
Alright, let's keep going. Hold it! We know who Dougie is, Mia, but sure, carry on. Who is this Dougie person?
Oh, I'm sorry. Doug Follow. We were dating until about 8 months ago.
So what were Dougie, Mr. Swallow and Mr. Wright talking about anyway?
How can you be so mean? I would never eavesdrop. I wasn't raised to be so rude and unrefined.
Oh, she's crying! Dawning, I'm sad now. That's right, Miss Fey. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Why am I being demonized here? Because you're picking on the cute redhead that I know you have a grudge with, and I know why you have a grudge against her.
What's your grudge with her? What's your claim for the grudge with her?
You know what my claim is. You told me not to go there, so I'm zipping my lip.
We're not... That...
Please go on. What did you see
super
next?
Not it.
So... This fits in, like, the Dougie getting wobbly and just collapsing follows in with his he overdosed theory. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own?
Yes.
In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that... well, strictly speaking, we don't actually have the jacket, but I think Phoenix's testimony No. We technically don't have anything in the evidence that suggests to the contrary. Like, technically, there's the handprint on the leather jacket, but that was never actually submitted into evidence. So, I don't have anything that contradicts that. In other words, the defendant never touched the victim, is that right?
I was watching the whole time. Jeannie never did a thing to Dougie.
If I press her for no good reason, I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? Well, show contradiction would assume that I have a contradiction, and I was literally just looking. Right? There's nothing in here that suggests... I mean, Phoenix says the victim fell on top of his umbrella. It doesn't say the victim fell on top of his umbrella after I pushed him. So there's there's nothing in evidence that I can contradict, so I'm leaving it alone. Yes, her statement works in our favor, of course. I'll hold off on looking into it any deeper until it's necessary. Very well, young lady. Please go on with your testimony. But he literally didn't mention seeing you at all. Hold it. And what did Mr. Wright say when he saw you?
I'm sorry. I was so flustered that I really don't remember. Please forgive me.
You don't remember? Well, that's common enough. Sometimes I can't recall a sentence I passed only minutes prior. Jesus Christ, and this guy's a judge. Please, someone, anyone, stop him before he gets hurt by me. You get him, Mia. You were punching up Grossberg for no good reason earlier. Go punch the judge. Okay. When you say students, do you mean students from the pharmacology department?
Yeah, they're all very fond of their drugs.
Aha! The overdose theory again! Please try to stay on topic. So to find some pharmacology students, you went to the labs, correct?
That's what I was planning to do, but in the end, I wound up not going.
What the hell does that mean?
A group of about 10 research students came running out of the building entrance. Somehow, they all seemed to know what was going on.
And the students knew what was going on. Well, this I need to press, because I'd imagine that if there was a problem with their electrical system, somebody would have noticed. But how could the students have known what was going on?
Well, I don't know for sure that they knew what had happened. It's just, they all seemed kind of excited about something.
Doesn't look like I'm going to get any more info about the students. So did the students call the police?
Yes, I was just so... I was so panicked.
Yes, well, anyone would have been, my dear. That girl, she's telling a super obvious lie, and she knows it. She's just pretending to protect Mr. Wright. Yes, that's gotta be it. Way to go, Mia. What? Stop trying to accuse the cute redhead just because you have a grudge against her. Why is it always Fays versus cute redheads?
Well, I don't know how to go about answering that question.
Answer the question.
No, I don't know how to answer it.
Oh. Okay, so this one specifically says point out contradiction. Or show contradiction. But I don't have a contradiction to show. I'm gonna try it anyway. Feeble lies are not very becoming, Ms. Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we?
What? I would never...
Stop making the redhead cry. Objection! Ms. Fey, I will not allow you to badger this witness. ... I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. ... That is, she has no supporting, ... But please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job. My, how the turns have tabled. She started out being intimidated by this guy, and now she finally has perfected her Mia glare that I will come to know as Phoenix Wright so very, very well in the future. Now then, Ms. Hawthorne. Oh yeah, so, okay. I technically didn't have anything in my court record to show that. But it goes exactly where I thought it was going to go. Okay. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did, in fact, push the victim.
What?
There's no need to try to cover for the defendant, says the defense attorney. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw.
Yes, Your Honor, I will. If you don't mind, I'd like to revise my testimony.
Looks like we're finally getting somewhere. Yes, to Dahlia Hawthorne's bottom.
Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie.
Are you gonna... Oh! Okay, so this skips that entire... Oh no, it just adds 2 statements to the existing testimony. Okay. I was wondering why... Okay, so I'm going to press on this statement. I know what I have to press on the second or I know what I have to present on the second statement because Phoenix said that there was a loud snap or something. But I'm going to press on the first one, because always. You didn't see it.
Oh, I saw the moment when Dougie fell to the ground.
And at that time, there was only 2 of them at the scene. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and the victim, Doug Swallow.
Yes, that's right.
So I know what I have to do, but I'm going to press here anyway. So then, what did it look like they were doing to you?
I thought they were having a nice, friendly afternoon conversation.
Oh, give me a break.
That's why I wasn't watching them all that closely.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all?
No, nothing at all, Mr. Judge.
Oh, I like the sound of that. Mr. Judge. Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Alright, back we go. And we present Phoenix's testimony here. Because what's important is that she says she doesn't hear anything unusual. Well, take this. Objection. You say you didn't hear anything unusual, is that correct?
Yes, that's why I was very relaxed, looking at the scenery around me.
Again with that smug hair flip. That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. If it's a little odd, it's probably a 1 or a 3, not something like a 57 or a 101 or anything that big, but sure. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise. Uh-oh.
He said that?
If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? And why did neither of them notice you? Ooh, that was a... I didn't like that expression. That was a very sad expression.
Objection. Well, maybe that noise just wasn't all that memorable.
Objection. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression.
May I have a moment to answer?
But by all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise.
She's so cute.
You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on, and I was listening to music at the time.
I believe her.
Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to splash and rumble.
Thunder and lightning, huh? So this goes back to my original theory that the fucking electrical thing was struck by lightning, and that it was just a sad accident.
Yes,
Which was actually what I believed from the very, very, very start. Like, the whole thing about him taking drugs and shit like that. I never actually believed that, but...
No, but it's funnier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just about as funny as Phoenix shoving a bullet in Von Karma's shoulder without him noticing.
Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder. So I put my headphones on to block it out.
Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all.
Which means what for you, Payne? I'm still confused as to what point Payne is trying... Like, I know why he brought her in, because she's cute. But how does this help your case? Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that could totally change this whole case. Yeah, there was fucking lightning! Your Honor, there is a problem with this witness's testimony. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere. Am I right? Now's not the time for a science lesson, Ms. Fey. It's always time for a science lesson. Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, the cause of death was electrocution. I was gonna go with the fact that the lightning hit and struck the power line, but sure, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? That's the stupidest direction you could take that in, but go ahead. Oh, I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me. Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy? Not many. Bananas? The guy thinks about bananas? We know that. This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But the very premise itself is... Yes, I've been saying that's slightly different than the direction Mia's going in. I think mine makes a little bit more sense, given that we see the downed power line. But technically also could have been struck by lightning, I suppose. But either way, the very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was, in fact, the victim of a stray bolt. Or just a bad accident. It appears the defense may be onto something. And the victim was on something. Could it be that the death was actually... Yes, Judge, I've been saying this for 4 fucking hours now. Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty now if you don't... Objection. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Ms. Fey. 3 games in, it's not surprising anyone has a low opinion of you, Winston. Huh? I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. We found that there were no lightning strikes on that day, and that... Bullshit! You can't fucking tell! Unless you're talking about lightning happening in general, and you wouldn't have thunder. Like, this is a lose for you either way. Because either you're referring to lightning strikes on the ground, in which case you can't actually tell. Or, welcome back, LG. Or,
Hello.
If you're talking about there was no lightning in general, she wouldn't have been wearing her headphones because no lightning, no thunder. They are connected. What? What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Then why the fuck was everyone so up in arms about the goddamn murder weapon earlier? If you have evidence that the electrical wire was involved, why did I need to present the murder weapon?
Because Winston Payne is fucking stupid.
Oh, right. Evidence, Mr. Payne. Well, what is this evidence? This affidavit. And who is this affidavit from? Superman! Oh.
He wasn't there.
The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out to the court the testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day. Okay. Explains why they were all running out of the lab. Was it a blackout? Yes, because the power line got struck by lightning. Case closed, Your Honor. All of the lab's equipment runs on high voltage, Your Honor.
So you're saying the equipment lost power because...
Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable,
which was struck by lightning.
Didn't you literally just say there were no lightning strikes that day?
You can't conclusively prove, like, okay, maybe you can... So, again, my statement is that Mia Fey was wrong to say that he was struck by lightning as opposed to saying lightning struck the cable. I don't think that there's a way to tell the... No, now I'm thinking.
Always dangerous.
If it was struck by lightning, then the damage to the cable... I mean, there would be definitive burning of the cable itself. And it wouldn't look... Yeah, you should be able to tell the difference between if it was struck by lightning versus if it was severed, but you really can't sever shit like that, again, without extremely specialized equipment. And nobody was monkeying around in a Faraday suit that day. Somebody would have noticed. So again, the most logical explanation still remains that, okay, lightning didn't strike the kid, lightning struck the power line. And I know Winston says that there were no lightnings, so blah, blah, blah. You can't fucking prove that. You really can't.
I don't know, there's probably some kind of way to do that.
No, there isn't. Lightning strikes are damn near instantaneous. Not all of them leave behind definitive... Like, there was one when I was in school, in college, that literally split a tree in half. And you could like, the tree didn't get completely severed in half, but you could see, like, literally a bolt-shaped pattern as the two sides were splitting, which was really cool. But anyway, again, bottom line is still the most logical explanation here is, because, again, you gotta figure out how the fuck that... So, also, this... I know why he didn't present this evidence earlier, because this contradicts what he was saying about how Phoenix could have pushed him into the wire, because the wire would have had to have been down before that, and it clearly wasn't. Which fits the time of death listed in the autopsy report. Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable, which was severed by lightning, not by the victim. According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future. I see. Apparently, the cables have become so brittle. No fucking way!
There should not have been power coursing through them if they were that brittle.
To say nothing of high voltage. No fucking way. So this is a lawsuit against the university.
This is a lawsuit against the university.
Phoenix Wright is innocent, Your Honor. Go sue the goddamn university and whoever the hell was in charge of that pharmacology school for wrongful death of this guy. The old power cable broke due to some sort of... Yeah, lightning! Genius! The old power cable broke due to some sort of impact on 4/9 at 2:55 p.m. However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it hadn't been bumped. That is correct. Or something hadn't impacted on it. But again, you still need something that can survive impacting with a high voltage wire, and doesn't get zippity-zapped into oblivion.
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Ms. Fey. Do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable? Your Honor? I don't like how this is looking one bit. I do! Again, you were kind of stupid to go to lightning struck the kid. What you should have said was lightning struck the fucking power line. And then call Winston's bluff about no lightning strikes that day, because it's impossible to determine. It's not like tornadoes where you have the Doppler radar and you can see the funnel clouds and shit like that. What's in the court record? Did the umbrella cause the impact? No. I'm so confused. I have to come up with something to try to regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion. The defense would need an opinion first, but that's never stopped me before. Well then, let's hear it. Who or what was it that caused the cable to... Oh. Who? Who? Tells me exactly what I need to know, doesn't it? Dawning...
Who are you planning to present?
I don't want to do this.
Then don't.
I'm gonna say Doug did it to himself. No, it was actually Winston Payne. Because I don't think it's anything in evidence proper. It's not
There is an option in evidence proper that would work, but you can also use a profile. There is one in each.
Yeah, it's either the umbrella or the dog. Because that's the only thing I can think of that would be in both. This is it. This is why the cable snapped. Well, Your Honor. Oh. I guess I was wrong. I believe that the only thing that is snapped is the mind of the defense. That was one of your best lines yet, Your Honor. Ouch, that was harsh. Please, Your Honor, give me one more chance.
Good try. Good try.
I'm confused, then.
Good try. Good try.
Is it what I was originally thinking?
What were you originally thinking?
Dahlia.
What would be in evidence that would go with Dahlia?
I don't know, but the only thing that I could think of that would be in evidence that would go with anyone was Doug's umbrella.
Nothing else is connected to a specific character. Nothing potentially with a character's name in their title.
Phoenix's testimony. Doug's autopsy report.
See, you got two really good options there.
Yeah, no.
You got two really great options there.
Student's testimony.
That's not really a...
That's not a name.
It's not a name.
Attorney's badge.
Still not really a name.
Unless someone's name is actually attorney, but
I don't know any characters in this series whose name is actually Attorney.
So there is something directly connected to Dahlia, but, like, it wouldn't explain how the cable broke.
Wow, there are...
Wow, they're what?
There are so many options.
They all suck. But since I'm not penalized, it's either Phoenix or it's Dahlia.
Those are the only two options you have.
Technically Winston and Grossberg.
That would be a fun thing to do. Just declare Grossberg the murderer before he gets back.
Yes. I don't want to, but it's the logical decision. Okay, so it was Phoenix.
Good try, good try.
So I'm confused. What's the piece of evidence that's connected to Phoenix? I mean, there's his testimony.
Yeah.
The point Mia is going to make is think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
I can't. That was too long ago.
Yeah, well, Mia can because she's a smart.
Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony. The defendant's testimony. He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened around 3 p.m., correct? I'm walking myself right into the corner that I didn't want to walk into. Because now we're saying Phoenix accidentally killed...
No. We're saying Phoenix accidentally caused the power outage.
Oh. I suppose. Yes, that sounds right. Wait, are you saying that the lab equipment lost power at 2:55, which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage. Oh. That doesn't make sense. Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted. See, I knew where this was going. Objection! I'm afraid I can't agree with you there.
Ahead.
I suppose. I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne. What's that supposed to mean? Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved. See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole. Yes? That's right, the victim banged into that pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break. Well, that makes sense. And then the victim was electrocuted. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by the severed cable in the foreground here. True. In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim. Dawning, you're confused again.
Wait.
Order! Order in the court! Ah, the lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them. It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't seem to be any way the defendant could have done it.
Mr. Judge, may I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation, she said some things that are a little different than I remember them.
Oh dear. What the...
Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge?
Dawning, can we refuse a face like that?
I don't think you can.
I could.
You could. That's why I asked Dawning, LG.
I think we should let her testify.
See, I knew you couldn't refuse it either. Of course it's alright. Just go right ahead and give your new testimony. This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors.
Wait,
Red?
because I haven't seen her natural hair color.
What? Dawning, explain.
I think I won't.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Red hair is red hair. So, Dawning, explain.
I'm not going to.
Then you are not allowed to testify anymore.
The truth is,
I said you're not allowed to testify anymore.
you can't stop me. Phoenix pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Ducky tried his best to run away from him, but Phoenix caught up to him and crashed into him from behind. Cable snapping and Ducky being electrocuted. It all occurred in less than a minute.
So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away. And that's when the defendant pushed him for the second time.
I'm so sorry, Beanie, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are. Mia may be on to something. Because it seemed right at the beginning like she was defending Phoenix and trying to protect him, but now that it looked like he was actually going to get off from murder, here she comes to... Now then, Ms. Fey, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Button pushing. Hold it! Ms. Hawthorne, previously in your testimony you said the following. Dawning, are you going to quote that or am I going to...
Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Phoenix.
So that's why you basically lied to the court.
I was a bad girl. I know. Mr. Judge?
Yes?
Would you please forgive little old me?
Dawning, help. Dawning, what am I supposed to do here?
I don't know. I'm having a great time.
But she's crying.
Good.
Of course you won't. What you did is called perjury. Oh, come now. It was just a little old white lie. Yeah, we don't actually give a shit about perjury in here. Although, to be fair, it's only Mia's second case. She hasn't figured that out yet. We'll forget it this time, but please be more careful from now on, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all. Ho ho ho! It's April, not December, Judge. No Santa. The judge had better be more careful himself. A dark alley is friendlier than... Hell hath no fury like a Mia scorned.
Penny, you're making the
I'm not-
implication again.
I'm not going there in particular. I'm just saying, when Mia doesn't like another woman in particular, she gets downright nasty. Like, you saw it with Von Karma. You saw it... Where else did you see? I think with Dee Vasquez. There were other instances where it happened, I'm sure. But, like, Mia just goes ballistic. Not on men that she dislikes, but specifically on women that she dislikes. Anyway, pressing again. You're saying you actually saw the victim get pushed into the electrical pole?
No, he doesn't look it, but Beanie can be a bit of a nymph when he wants to be.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Oh, really?
But I never imagined that he would cause an electrical cable to break. Beanie is really scary when he gets mad.
It doesn't seem like he's ever actually gotten mad around you, though. The only time I can think of that he might get mad is if someone is insulting you, which, again, deserves whatever fate he gets. Yes, he sounds like a very dangerous individual. Oh, Judge, you will come to learn just how dangerous Phoenix Wright is in future years. Trust me on this one. Hold it. So let me get this straight. You were happily listening to music on your headphones while you watched this scene unfold? Objection. Ms. Fey, I'll have to ask you to stop badgering the witness.
I wasn't happy. I was so scared that I couldn't even move. All I could do was stand there and cheer them on.
I'm sorry, what? What the heck is cheer them on? Like, oh, she wanted the guys to fight over her. Cheer them on? What do you mean by that?
Well, I wish the best for both of them, and that they would each give the fight their all.
That makes no sense at all, but sure. That's very sweet of you to be so supportive, especially since one of them was your ex-boyfriend. And what happened after that? Press it again. That doesn't sound quite right. There were handprints found on the chest of the victim's leather jacket. Mr. Payne, were there also prints found on the back of his leather jacket? No, there weren't.
Madam Fey, may I suggest you listen a little more carefully?
Yep, crashed into him, not shoved him. Exclamation mark, question mark.
I said that you crashed into him from behind, right? My feeling wouldn't leave any prints behind in that case.
So that may be a
Would
face
he?
print. Ugh. Press again. Did you actually witness the moment the victim was electrocuted?
I'm sorry. I didn't actually see it. I turned my eyes away.
It's understandable. Yes, indeed. It would have been a horrific sight for anyone to behold. If I don't figure out the contradiction here, it's all over. Phoenix may get the electric chair. She didn't have much time to come up with her lie, so this is my best chance. Must be a hole in her testimony somewhere. Think, Mia. So, here's what I'm going to tell you. Right? It's got to be the last statement where she said it took less than a minute. Because if we take a look at the affidavit, right, at 2:55 was when the impact happened, and then 3 o'clock was the time of death. So the evidence that I have to present is the student's testimony. Objection. That's enough, witness.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will in a minute. Speaking of minutes, could you please take a look at this picture? Oh, yeah, no, there's a lot that might have worked, I suppose, but...
That medicine, that's the one that Feeny likes to take for his cold.
That's not the medicine I want you to look at. Sorry, it's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted, which was a little after 3. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Yes, and your point is, Ms. Fey? My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Yarg! Would you care to explain to the court, Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne? What exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? I did not like that look. She was very angry.
Oh shit, is that Sprite coming out already?
Very briefly, the defense proposes, but not to Dahlia, the defense proposes that
Very much not to Dahlia.
it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Mr. Doug Swallow. And who's just confessed to being in that general area? Order in the court, order in the... Objection. This is nonsense. The real murderer. Objection. Even you can't deny the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Objection. Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it? The lady who said she was literally in the general vicinity? God damn it, I was right. There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. But since I'm refusing to convict a second cute redhead again in this series, I'm just going to take my Switch and throw it out the window. How's that sound?
But then you won't be able to stream Tears of the Kingdom on Wednesday.
Technically not true. I have my other Switch. Anyway, I know where this is going. Only after my client had left the scene was there a window of opportunity for the real killer. Ms. Fey, is the defense ready to indict someone as this real killer? Yes, I've been ready for a while. It's Marvin Grossberg. It's finally
getting him while he's not there to fight back.
Exactly. This is the moment I've been waiting. Why? Go ahead, Dawning.
Grossberg being the murderer would have been the funniest twist they could have done, and it would have been impossible to make sense, and I would have loved to see them try.
I mean, yes, especially since we've seen him in future cases. But anyway, this is the moment I still don't know why she has such a grudge against Dahlia, and I don't like it.
You will.
Well,
Yes,
he
Your
might
Honor.
not like it, but he'll understand.
Oh no, he probably won't like it, but
Yes, Your Honor, we are ready. Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you will be... Oh, hey, good, penalties are finally showing up. Think very carefully before you speak, Ms. Fey. It's Marvin Grossberg! For the win! The real killer is my attorney's badge. It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne. Dawning lied to me about you being in multiple cases.
I did no such thing.
Stephen did not.
My claim that Dahlia is in cases 1, 4, and 5 of this game stands.
This game doesn't have a case 5. I should have known at the time.
This game has a case 5. There's...
Anyway, you missed a line because the animation was playing and...
How could you?
Objection! The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing that whole time, Ms. Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you, especially if they were fighting so damn close to a broken electrical wire that could have killed one or both of them. And again, I'm assuming Phoenix doesn't know he can't die. I'm also assuming that Dahlia doesn't know that Phoenix can't die.
It'd be really funny if she kept trying to murder him for some reason and just could not, even with the most direct methods.
Are you accusing Dahlia of well, you know what? We just accused Dahlia of being a murderer. I didn't want
Yes!
to. Order, Ms. Fey. What? I mean, why? That is to say, Ms. Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting on that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, it was you. Oh, of course. It wasn't Dahlia. It was my evil alternate universe counterpart, capital Y, capital O, capital U, the yo-yo obsessed user, who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death. That makes perfect sense. And the redhead gets off scot-free. Darn you, alternate universe version of myself who is evil.
As though the regular universe version of you isn't evil.
I protect redheads and little goblins. You cannot get any more good than that.
How can you say something so mean, Madam Fay?
Whoa. Wait, what was blowing in that sprite?
I think it was her hair.
And her parasol. How?
We don't worry about that.
Everybody knows that an accusation of murder carries a physical impact.
This
You
is
know
so
what?
true.
Given Damon Gant's breakdown animation, fine.
I didn't do anything.
Ms. Fey, this is a very serious charge. You are...
Hold it! Your Honor, but please, I have something I want to say.
Achoo! You? What is it?
Please strike everything the defense has said just now from the record.
What the? Are you Yes? Yes? And you will hire him anyway for reasons that I still have yet to figure out?
You're totally wrong, Ms. Fey. Dahlia, she couldn't do something like that.
Yeah, now, Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Achoo! Achoo!
Leave my Dahlia alone.
Achoo!
Okay, has the screen transitioned yet?
Yes?
Yes? That boy.
Ah, it's you,
He's
Grossberg.
gotten himself in way over his head.
I wasn't about to accuse you of murder while you weren't here.
For goodness, Miss Fey, I should hope not.
Anyway. Oh, Mr. Grossberg. You're back, and the rest of you, too.
It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time.
Phoenix?
I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping.
Took you this long? Police report added to the court record, or report on the incident 8 months ago?
Miss Fey! Miss Fey, are you accusing me of taking a while right now? You, of all people!
Well, no, I'm accusing you of taking so long, specifically because I know how long it took me to do this, which meant you had even more time to go find this one record. Anyway, let's take a look at that, shall we? Incident overview, location, district courthouse cafeteria, date time, August 27th, 4 p.m. Victim, Diego Armando. Okay. Occupation, lawyer, suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah.
Yeah.
Diego Armando, age 28. Well, I'm sure he's dead and never coming back. So what's the next page? Let's see, details. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Oh, I was going to say, if he ingested it on his own, that's technically not murder, but traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It's unclear how the poison... Well,
Gee,
shit.
I wonder where that poison could have come from on that day when Dahlia was in the courtroom's reading room.
So the cute redhead is a fucking serial killer.
Oh, very much so.
There's only one honorable thing to do.
Yes, we must bring her to justice at once.
No. No.
I'm sorry, you're declaring the honorable thing to do, let the serial killer walk free?
Eat the goddamn pendant.
I would advise against this, Miss Fey.
That is the only honorable thing to do. Phoenix, I'm on your side on this one.
I would advise against eating that necklace.
Oh, Mia's not going to. I would be on Phoenix's side, though. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for.
You better take a good look at it.
I already did.
It, details how you came to
lose your boyfriend.
Ah. This makes
Yeah.
sense.
You
Yeah.
forgot to account for the fact that she's bisexual.
No, I didn't forget
Whoa,
to
she's
account for that.
bisexual! I didn't know that!
I didn't forget to account for that. I just didn't care. Also, I don't know what a Diego Armando is other than he's dead. And he
Now
liked
you also
coffee.
know that he was Mia's boyfriend.
But this makes a certain degree of sense and explains why she kept punching Grossberg whenever the word boyfriend was mentioned or girlfriend was mentioned in relation to... Okay, fine, whatever. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, really, Your Honor. I...
May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Don't you worry, my dear. I have the situation well in hand.
No, you don't. She's so cute.
That is, go right ahead.
Madam Fey, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Tucky?
He wasn't even your boyfriend at the time. Phoenix allegedly was. Also, by the way, Dawning, I fucking called it.
What?
I said that if a cute redhead was dating Phoenix Wright, there had to be something completely and totally fucking wrong with her.
There's nothing wrong with Dahlia. He's normal.
Like I said, I would probably eat that pendant myself. So... Anyway, let's continue. Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright.
Objection. I told you you should let me handle this.
Are you actually trying to weep? Because I can't hear you.
Damn, Mike.
Just make sad goblin noises, it'll do the same thing.
Did that work?
Actually, I think it came through less.
Whatever.
I mean, no, you're not that big.
We'll carry on.
Sorry, but please, go ahead.
Dad, I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Phoenix.
You say that after literally saying, "Your sweet doggy."
The notion that I would bring him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for my poor little me to bear.
Oh, I believe the girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be.
The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. Does it? It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. Are we close to another recess? Or is there another recess?
No, I think it's all the one session from here.
I see.
Yep.
And then that
We
same
will
day...
start another testimony very soon, though. If you feel like that's a decent breaking
It
point.
probably would be. And then that same day, the two of them accidentally meet. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Ms. Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh.
Well, when you said we're beginning it, I think that means we're beginning it right about now, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. A few lines back and forth, then she starts going into it.
Then in that case, I believe this is going to be a decent place to stop off for the day. Boy, these opening tutorial cases are getting longer and longer with the new games, aren't they?
On the one hand, yes, but also you were dragging.
Because I fucking knew
dragging.
exactly where this was going right from the goddamn start. I knew that it was going to involve convicting yet another redhead. I'm just
I
not happy
I
about
never
that.
told you it wouldn't. I simply told you she was in multiple cases.
You assumed from that.
No. I kind of figured right from the very... Well, first of all, I never know whether or not to take Dawning at face value to begin with. Second
I
of
don't have
all,
a face.
you're not the question. Second of all, as soon as a cute redhead pops up in Ace Attorney, ever since Eeny Meeny or Meeny Meeny, I'm suspicious. And even
There's another
especially
redhead
when she is, yeah, especially when she is this obviously saccharine.
I mean, let's be fair, I was even suspicious before I knew the end of case 2-2. Right? I as soon as Dawning started showing me the Eeny Meeny's picture and trying to convince me to play the future games because cute redheads, I was like, okay, there's a catch. I'm probably going to have to convict them of murder. And lo and fucking behold, I was right in both cases.
There's another redhead on the next case. You don't have to convict that redhead of murder.
Is it Lotta Hart again?
True, that redhead is actually your defendant.
That redhead is your defendant.
Is that redhead Lotta Hart again?
No, this is a new redhead.
Is she cute?
New redhead.
I believe that the redhead is fairly cute.
I'll believe it when I see it. Anyway, doesn't seem like chat was particularly chatty tonight, but that's fine. I had two excellent guests in voice chat with me, so I was entertained and managed to de-stress anyway. I will be going to work tomorrow in my own now fully functional car, but I suppose I should probably end things off here. So, outro. What the hell is my outro? I forgot what my outro is. Oh, yeah. If you enjoyed watching this stream or only caught part of this stream, you can check out all of my content over on my YouTube channel over there. Please keep in mind that since Twitch is being asinine and stopping us from having more than 100 hours worth of highlights on our channels starting next month, I will no longer be highlighting any of my streams here. Don't worry, I record the videos and I will upload them to YouTube so that they will always be on the YouTube channel. I just need to get a very, very, very large external drive, both for my streams here and for Bulbagarden, which is a pain in my ass, and I feel like I should be charging Twitch for it. But that's a whole other story. Speaking of Twitch, you can catch me live on my Twitch channel over there. I go live Monday evenings, now with Ace Attorney 3, and Wednesday evenings, at least for another little while, with Tears of the Kingdom. I will probably be clothing shopping on Wednesday this week. You can also catch myself and DawningWinds over on the Bulbagarden Twitch channel over there. I stream Sunday mornings, currently finishing up my Alpha Sapphire water type run. I beat up the Elite Four and champion last time, and am now stuck in the middle of trying to win beauty contests with my Milotic. I made it to the hyper ranks. Some jackass named Chaz literally had the game putting its finger on the scale for him because he is a
Dad
jerk.
would do that.
Oh yeah, no. He's almost exactly like the Chaz that I know you're thinking of, Dawning. And to be fair,
Jazz it up, baby.
when I heard his name, that was exactly what I thought too. Anyway,
What task could I conceivably be thinking of that you're so confident you know which one?
Princeton.
The university?
It's too late for this kind of nonsense. Just admit that I'm right so that we don't have to go through 20 minutes of back and forth on it.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Yu-Gi-Oh guy.
See? I knew it. Anyway, Dawning usually does art streams Saturday evening. I encouraged her to not stream this past Saturday evening because she wasn't feeling well. She also sometimes streams on her own channel.
It's supposed to be weekly, but Emmy banned me from streaming all weekend.
You had a migraine. And if
I
you're...
still do, but I'm here.
appreciate you being here. Anyway, if you're allowed to ban me from streaming when I'm not feeling well, I'm allowed to ban you from streaming for not feeling well. You can catch her on her Twitch channel there. You had an objection.
I think this is horribly unfair. LG, do you think this is horribly unfair?
Maybe a little.
No, it is literally the definition of fair.
No, that doesn't sound right.
You can also catch other streamers on the Bulba Garden channel, such as Caps Fan, Dapper Cody, and more. And you can also catch Caps Fan on his Twitch channel over there. So please check out all of those channels, check out all of those people, follow them if you have not already. Oh, one other thing that I will mention. Since I am not highlighting my streams anymore, if you find something amusing in a stream, I encourage you to clip it basically immediately, because the VOD's going to be gone within 2 weeks. And clips are fun, clips are hilarious, and allow people to see small, funny moments, without having to watch the entire rest of the nonsense, which is just me blathering on pointlessly for 5 hours, sometimes with people in voice chat with me. Anyway, I believe that's more than enough from me for this evening. So, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer. I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.